Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Clovis City Council meeting of March 18th, 2024. Just for clarity, are we on line, audio, visual, anything? Calling
It is being broadcast online, but there is no online commenting or calling in. We do have a few consultants on the line for a few of the items.
But there'll be no public comment through the online?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And we're working on getting that fixed. Yeah? We're not? We should. We'll talk about that later. When this meeting is over, about 12 o'clock. So just stand by, we'll make sure we get it. All right. Call this meeting to order. Welcome again, and I'd like to invite Councilmember Pierce to lead us in the flag salute. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Baskel? Here. Councilmember Bessinger? Here. Councilmember Moanatua? Here. Councilmember Pierce?
Here.
And Mayor
I am here. First up tonight are public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the audience to address this council on items that are within our jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. Do we have any of those items tonight? Within our jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. Okay, seeing none, move on to the next item, which are ordinances and resolutions. With respect to the approval, the reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance, and unless there is a request by a council member that the resolution or ordinance be read in full, further reading shall be deemed waived by unanimous consent of the council. Next is the consent calendar. These items are routine in nature. We consider them with one action unless a member of the council or the public wishes to pull an item from this calendar. Any members of the council wishing to pull any items on the consent calendar 1 through 5? Anybody in the audience wanting to speak directly to any of those comments, those agenda items, sorry? All right, bring it back to the council for approval.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 5. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Tonight's public hearing, as you are all very well aware, is a very long item with lots of reading by me, so sit back, have a sip of your coffee, and let me get through them. So our first public hearing tonight are to consider items associated with approximately 155 acres of land located on the north side of Shepherd between North Sunnyside and North Fowler Avenues. Great Big Land LP owner applicant, Harbor and Associates is the representative. So there are items A through I as outlined on your agenda, and for the record, I will read those in. The first is consider approval of a resolution of the Clovis City Council certifying the final environmental impact report for the Shepherd North project. 2, adopting CEQA findings of fact and a statement of overriding consideration. And 3, adopting a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Item B is consider the approval of a resolution of the Clovis City Council approving a request to expand the city's sphere of influence to include approximately 155 acres of land. Item C, consider approval of General Plan Amendment 2021-006, a resolution approving a request to amend the circulation element of the general plan to allow for the placement of a Shepherd Avenue access point on the north side of Shepherd between North Sunnyside and North Fowler. D, consider approval of General Plan Amendment 2021-005, a resolution approving the request to amend the land use element of the general plan for the development area, approximately 77 acres, from the rural residential land use designation to the medium-high density residential land use designation. E, consider introduction of rezone 2021-009, an ordinance approving a request to pre-zone property within the development area, approximately 77 acres of the project site, from Fresno County AL20 Zone District to Clovis R1 PRD Zone District. Item F, consider approval of Tract Map 6205, a resolution approving a request to approve a vesting tentative tract map for 605-lot single-family plan residential development. G, consider approval of PDP 2021-004, a resolution approving a request to approve a planned development permit for 605 lot single-family residential development. H, consider approval a resolution of the Clovis City Council approving application for the annexation of the territory known as the Shepherd Sunnyside Northeast Reorganization for the development area, approximately 77 acres. And finally, consider approval of a resolution approving an amendment to the 2017 amended and restated Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Fresno and City of Clovis regarding a sphere of influence expansion to add approximately 155 acres and the standards of annexation to address the annexation of approximately 77 acres of property in the Shepherd Sunnyside Northeast Reorganization. You're welcome, George. But those are the items before us. Just as a matter of course, some of you have heard much of this at a Planning Commission meeting. We have not heard this item in its entirety, so we're going to try to kind of blend what we've heard and take your public comment and make you not repeat everything that's already been said, but you are welcome to do that if you would like, because we've not necessarily heard it. These items rely on each other, so we're going to hear all of these actions around this project as one item. Staff is going to go through the various elements, and then we're going to act on each item separately. So we'll take a motion on A and B and C, et cetera. There are some that, should they not pass, the rest of the items are not relevant. So if we don't approve the request, for example, to expand the city sphere, there is no further project. So we're going to work through these sequentially. It may feel like kind of a big glob of information, but we're going to work through it sequentially, and then we'll make sure we hear all the testimony. We're going to let the staff do their presentation. We're going to open it to the applicant. We're going to give you 10 minutes to present. You've been working on this since 1980, so you can have more than 5 minutes. I'm going to ask the neighbors to limit their comments to 5 minutes each, and I know there are 55 slides between you. So divide those up however you have those divided up, but try to keep your comments to 5 minutes as well. And then we'll open, I think there's 5 of you prepared to speak, if I got that right. Is that correct? Is that you're all looking who's live? Okay.
That is correct based on what we received in the clerk's office.
Okay, so if that's still your plan, 5 of you that are indicated that you want to speak, you'll do that. Then we'll open it for general public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the council with the opportunity for the applicant to offer additional input to the comments that they might hear. Clear as mud? Got it? All right, George. Say it again. Okay, well, we got 5 names, 55 slides. So you all can talk, but I mean, if you just feel you have 5 minutes each, and then, and we would encourage you, if you have new information, great. And if you want to get up and you say, I'm with them, or I agree, or exactly what I was going to say, you don't need to reiterate it, and you are welcome to if you would like. But we're looking to add and have iterative kind of additions as we go through this process. Okay? All right, staff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. And as indicated, I did cut down my slide 2 as much as I can, so try to move along through this presentation quickly. But before I do that, for the record, I do want to mention that the council this evening received additional correspondence, 3 letters of opposition and 2 correspondence letters from the applicant for your review and consideration this evening.
Thank you for doing that. I forgot to mention that, but that is the only public comment that we have. Yeah, thank you, George.
And lastly, too, the council is receiving a resolution for the proposed sphere of influence expansion in front of you as well. It was left out of the packet, and but you should have that in front of you now. And before I get into my presentation, I just want to briefly mention what is exactly the role of staff when we bring a project to the council for your consideration. Some comments may have been mentioned that staff is pushing this project per se, that staff has already is in support of this project, and it's quote unquote a done deal. But I want to make it clear for the record that that's not the case. The applicants here, they're the proponents. They'll do a good job discussing the project to the council and attempting to acquire your approval. And we're not the opposition either. We have folks here this evening who will do a good job and expressing their concerns and opposition to the council. And my role as an urban planner is to provide an impartial and objective analysis of the technical studies that have been prepared for this project, presented to the council, and allow you to make the final decision with that. Along with me for this evening's presentation, I do have Steve McMurtry with De Novo Planning Group to my right, who prepared the environmental impact report. We also have Thad Avery, who is here. He's our city engineer, sitting on the far end of the table. We also have the groundwater expert who prepared the report for associated with the groundwater. Ken Schmidt is here this evening too, willing and able to answer any questions the council may have. On the phone, we do have Ambarish Mukherjee. He is the professional traffic engineer who prepared the traffic impact report and who is able to answer any questions you may have. And lastly, we do have Heather Bashian with Provost and Pritchard, who prepared the water study associated with the project and is able to answer any questions the council, again, may have. My first couple slides, wanted to briefly just discuss the different entitlements, but Mayor, you did such a great job describing each one, so I'm not going to spend much time on these. Just to briefly indicate that this project does include a total of 9 entitlements, 9 separate independent actions that the council is being requested to consider this evening. 2 of them being 2 general plan amendments, and the last one also being the 4th amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the county and the city of Clovis. On this slide, I wanted to provide just a brief description of where the project is in relation to the existing city limits. So the project is identified in red on the screen at the northeast corner of Shepherd and Sunnyside Avenues. For reference, the Dry Creek Preserve is immediately to the south, where currently we have, for example, Woodside Homes building on the south side of Teague Avenue. Just immediately to the west of the project site, we have Lennar currently building their subsequent phases of track 6200. And then just immediately west of that, we have Wilson Homes building some products at the northwest corner of Shepherd and Clovis Avenue. And for reference, I did also want to make it clear to show the boundaries of our Heritage Grove development area, which is identified in blue on the screen, which shows clearly that the project is completely outside of the boundaries of the Heritage Grove growth area. To provide a brief history of the project, this project initially at least began with staff back in 2016 when we formally received a request by the applicant to urbanize the subject property. Subsequently, in 2018, the council directed staff to continue exploring the feasibility of developing in this area. And it wasn't until 2020 was a big year in this project, where council directed staff to prepare the environmental studies, and subsequently staff prepared and released the request for proposal associated with the environmental impact report. And it was during this time that the applicant requested to expand the SOI to include an additional 750 acres that went as far east as bordering the reservoir on the north side of Shepherd Avenue. At the end of 2020, the council directed staff to amend the SOI and conduct the neighborhood meeting. In 2021, council approved the request for De Novo to receive the contract for the preparation of the EIR. And also it was this year that the SOI boundary was reduced or shrinked again to what is being proposed this evening for the council's consideration, which is 155 acres. And finally, in November of 2021, council approved the reduced SOI, and it was at this time that staff formally received application by the applicant for the 605 homes when they formally submitted application to us. The exhibit here before you just shows you the proposed boundaries of the annexation area, which it is being proposed only to include the proposed development area, which is right now is 3 properties and the remaining right-of-way of Shepherd Avenue. However, as part of today's proposal, the SOI expansion is being proposed to include the 18 Quail Run community parcels on the north side and the 18 parcels on the west side of Fowler Avenue. So in regards to the proposed development, the applicant is proposing a 605-lot single-family residential development. The project is proposing to include 3 separate gated communities where it will have private streets within these gated communities, and a portion of it will be public streets, which is identified in blue on the screen. So the public street will have a connection to the roundabout on Shepherd Avenue, come in, circle around and come back to Shepherd Avenue. The Shepherd Avenue access, it's important to know that is part of the one of the general plan amendments to amend the circulation plan to allow for this access. Also, one of the critical components of the project and concerns that the neighbors had with this project, and I'm sure they will share more information with you this evening, was that when we presented this to the Planning Commission, the northern gate on the north side of the project, it originally allowed for exit only for the residents within this gated community here, along with emergency vehicle access. We received a lot of concerns regarding that and the impact that will cause to the county roads immediately to the north that eventually exit out to Fowler Avenue. So we, staff took the initiative to get together with the fire department and discuss options. How can we resolve this concern and potentially remove the allowance for the residents to exit the gate, to exit this gate. Now, it's important to note that initially the reason why the fire department wanted the folks to use the exit was to make sure that it was constantly being used and maintained. And in the event that emergency services were needed, that it would be working properly. So work around that was that the applicant agreed that as part of the HOA requirements, they would do monthly testing of the gate and provide that report to the fire department. With that, the fire department agreed to remove the requirement of allowing those folks to come out onto this county road. So as of right now, this is truly just an emergency vehicle access.
George, can I ask a question with regards to the A through I? So we've heard that potentially staff is rushing this through, and so I appreciate you letting us know that you're just doing your due diligence. Are applicants, do applicants have the ability to submit all this with the sphere annexation tract map as a package like this, meaning they can do that? Or do they have to go get the sphere first, come back, go get do annexation after that gets done, then they'll do a tract map, rezone. And so we're seeing it as one package. This is allowable under what we have. Can you clarify that? Yes,
correct. It is an allowable process where combining, the council will often see projects combined, and part of it to streamline the project as well, right? But it can make it more efficient, in reviewing and fully analyzing the project.
And then from the time when we authorize the acquisition of de novo to go with the BIR, that time frame till now, is that typical? Is that slower than normal? Is that faster than normal? You know, getting to where we are today from the time when we authorized as a council to move forward with this?
Yeah, no, I would let Steve correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a typical process.
Okay.
That an EIR can take up to 8 months to a year, potentially a little bit longer, based on any necessary revisions that need to be addressed.
Okay, so the timeline is not, we're not speeding anything up.
Right, no.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the home products and development standards, the applicant is proposing reduced setbacks, increased lot coverage, and they're proposing 3 specific home products, home models: the elevations, the Citria, and the Regent Park elevations models for this project. In terms of project amenities, it's important to distinguish what the applicant is doing here. The applicant is providing, because of the planned development permit, they're providing private amenities for the gated communities. They're providing neighborhood benefit facilities, and they're also providing community benefit facilities as well. So three things. So in terms of the private amenities being proposed for the projects are the areas identified in blue. Okay, so we have a rec building with a pool in both gated communities along Shepherd Avenue, and within the gated community to the north, they're proposing a private trail. Okay. In terms of neighborhood benefit facilities, the applicant is proposing what's identified in red on the screen. So they're proposing sorry about that. My cursor's not working there, right? There you go. They're proposing a neighborhood park towards the middle of the project, a trail along the northern border of the project, which will be considered as Heirloom Avenue, and a trail along what would be considered Fordham Avenue, right here in the, on the south side. So these areas in red and blue, those two are at the expense of the developer. The developer is not going to be reimbursed for these amenities. What the developer will be constructing and eligible for reimbursement will be the community benefit facilities. And those are identified on the screen in purple. So Shepherd Avenue, with the full build-out of Shepherd, it will include a trail on both the north and the south side of Shepherd Avenue. And I have a slide that would discuss that a little bit further. So that would be the community benefit facility. And lastly, the project is also proposing to provide or contribute $150,000 towards off-site, what we consider off-site amenities, where staff can look at other areas of our community where there's a need for improvements in other open space areas. And in the staff report, I provided a few examples of where we can spend the money. And one of them being, there's a neighborhood park in our Helm Ranch community in our southwest area, where we can do some restroom restoration in that area. In terms of neighborhood meetings, per our municipal code, the applicant is required to hold 2 neighborhood meetings. one prior to the planning commission and another prior to the city council. So the first meeting that the council had was in August, late August of last year, and followed by the second one being at the end of November of last year as well. But before I get into some of the comments that were provided during that meeting, I do want to mention that the applicant did provide their own timeline where they showed that they met with adjacent neighbors multiple times that are not included as part of these two noticing requirements. And they may talk more about those meetings and what was discussed there.
George, maybe before you, that sounds like a moment of transition. Does any of the council members have any comments on the first part of George's presentation? Is that okay if we just take a moment and then keep going?
Sure.
Because by the time we're done, we're going to go, let's see, 20 minutes ago, yeah, go ahead.
George, with regards to the $150,000, how did that number come about? Was there some square footage and?
No, that's a good question. We don't have necessarily a formula that we utilize to come up with those final figures. What happens is we do compare prior recent projects and their contributions for open space and monetary contributions, and we try to put a fair value, a fair number on this project. Sometimes it's difficult as urban planners to say, well, how much does a 15-lot PDP gets to contribute to that versus a 600-lot project, right? And kind of marry both of them and have a happy ending. Okay.
And Mayor, I remember you commenting when Judge Whaling was still with regards to the amenities. Is there any way in which we can make sure the Southwest, as you proposed here, is taken care of instead of going into a pot and then the Southwest is never taken care of? Because I like what is written in the staff report with regards to the trail on the Good Canal or the San Gabriel. I don't know if there's a way for us as a council and or staff to prioritize those for these $150,000 that is being set aside.
We can do both ways. Staff can make that arrangement, but also it is within the council's purview that if you choose to add a condition to the project, you can do that to emphasize where you want those funds to be spent.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you thinking of the Southwest when you're setting funds aside for recreation and or trails and parks.
Are there other questions for staff at this juncture? I got a new laptop here and I don't know how to use it. I'm trying to find the page, but I can't, so forget it. What a guy. I want to talk a little more about that. I'm not remembering that we've ever done that. Set and I don't want to say arbitrary, but a figure. I'm not saying I think it's a bad idea, but have we done this before, that you do this and you do this level of amenity and this level of amenity and an additional sum of money for some other part in the community? Have we done that before? That does not sound familiar to me.
No, I know that in the past, staff has been requested to at least consider bringing a formal policy when it comes to these amenities with projects, and we just haven't unfortunately been able to do that. But to answer your question, Mayor, no, to my knowledge, not at least recently have we done this extensive, give and take in terms of amenities for an off-site project.
I think it's super interesting and really important, and it seems a little bit random. So I'll save that thought, but I'm trying to sort out, is it the right number? Is it too small? Is it too big? Is it too something? So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't forgetting that we've done this before. And
I'm sorry, but I do agree, like you indicated, that there doesn't seem to be a consistency, right?
Yeah.
For example, there was a project not too long ago where the project was just over 200 lots, and their off-site public amenity was a play structure canopy at a local park. So I agree that there's inconsistency there.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to be clear. All right, no other questions, you can move on to, you started to transition to neighborhood, the concerns of the residents, I think.
Okay. And both neighborhood meetings, the folks, provided very good comments. Good concerns, when it came to just, their surrounding areas, and the impacts that the proposed project may cause. Some of those comments included project design, the product being proposed here, agricultural land, groundwater was a big item, traffic, of course, CEQA, and impacts to the county roads adjacent to this project, and how is that being addressed? The proposed density of the project. This project is going from rural residential, jumping 2 categories, and being proposed at medium-high density residential. Also concerns with the project EIR findings, because please keep in mind that by the time the second neighborhood meeting in late November occurred, the Planning Commission had already considered this project. So folks already had an opportunity to review the draft EIR and provide comments. So that's why they provided some comments regarding the findings in that draft EIR. And also they talked about the signalization of Shepherd Avenue and the proposed Shepherd Avenue access. Now, in regards to the Planning Commission, it's important to note that the Planning Commission considered 6 of the 9 items before the council this evening. The 3 items that the Commission did not consider because it is outside of their purview and their jurisdiction were the annexation, the sphere of influence expansion, and the 4th Amendment to the MOU. So those were the 3 that they did not consider. So the other 6, the Commission recommended a consistent denial of every entitlement for the proposed project.
You're going to note that I wasn't paying attention, which is why I don't want this laptop. Sorry. But I appreciate the thought. Can you say that again? The Planning Commission considered 6 of the 9 items before you this evening. Okay. The 3 that they did not consider were the annexation, okay, the SOI expansion, and the 4th Amendment to the MOU. Thank you. And they denied the remaining 6, is what
right.
you said. Got
it. They provided a consistent denial, 3-2,
okay.
with them.
Thank you.
And in general, the concerns expressed by the Planning Commission were related to traffic, the impacts of the project to adjacent roads, such as Shepherd, Sunnyside, Fowler, the density increase, the compatibility of homes, and particularly how they relate to the rural residential homes and what's being proposed with this project. And also the absence of specific responses to the late comments that we received, because it's important to know that the day of the Planning Commission hearing and about 2 days before that, we received comments. And we indicated to the Commission that it was too late for us to formally respond to them, but we would do it by the time the project got to the Council, which we have, and they're including the revised final EIR. But it's important to indicate for the record that during the Commission hearing, we did indicate that although we weren't able to formally respond in writing, we did review them, and we found them not to have any substantial information that would alter the city's findings, or that they also involved any new and significant impacts. So that's what we indicated to the Planning Commission. At this point, I'm going to pause my presentation and allow Steve with De Novo to discuss a little bit about the environmental process, and then I'll take it back from there.
All right. Any questions before we hand it over to Steve? Seeing none, go ahead. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Steve McMurtry. I'm a principal planner with De Novo Planning Group, environmental consultant to the City of Clovis. I was going to take you through a couple of slides here. Okay. Taking you through the environmental process, really from the beginning to where we are now. And, excuse me. I wanted to start, though, with just an overview of what CEQA is. A lot of people that are in the business of urban planning and development and city council understand this, but for the benefit of anybody that it's more new to, I think there's a couple of bullet points that are really important to take home. First and foremost, an environmental document is an informational document. It's intended to, thank you, it's intended to analyze a project under lots of different technical topics, and then to try to bring that all together, synthesize it into one cohesive document, and to try to make it as understandable, technical information that could be complicated, engineering type topics, and try to make it as simple and layman for anybody to be able to understand. So, and ultimately this information becomes part of a public process. It's a public forum. We disseminate the information. It's not just for city council members to learn and understand about a project and the consequences of a project, but also for citizens, for state and regulatory agencies, local agencies, any stakeholders. It's a public process for them. At its core, when we do identify environmental impacts, we always try to develop something that would reduce or avoid or minimize the impact to the extent possible. And we create mitigation measures. These are typically specific to a project. There are lots of regulations on a federal and a state level, as well as on a local level with the city's ordinances and policies that are intended to reduce impacts. Mitigation measures that are adopted or incorporated into an EIR are really specific and above and beyond the standards and the requirements that are already in place under all the different regulations that apply to a project. Really important, too, to understand, and this goes along with what George was saying, the urban planning profession. An EIR is not an advocate for or against a project, just like a planner is not for or against a project. We're there to provide the information. It doesn't promote the project. It's not trying to get a project denied. It's trying to gather as much information and inform decision makers ultimately on the project. And so that's CEQA, or the environmental review process, really in a nutshell. Starting at the beginning, when the city determines that there's a project that qualifies as a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, they determine what level of environmental review is needed. If they think that there might be potential impacts or significant impacts, they tend to go with what's called an environmental impact report. It's the highest level of environmental review under CEQA. And you start that process by releasing a notice of preparation that the city is going to prepare an environmental impact report. And so that was circulated for a 30-day public review period back in May of 2022. And it went out to lots of different agencies. The state clearinghouse is at the state level. They distribute it to lots of different state agencies internally within their organization. There are local agencies that the document is sent out to. It's made available to citizens, neighbors. It's put out in the different legal filings. And during that 30-day public review period, there is a scoping meeting. And the scoping meeting is really intended to inform people about the project, just the basic understanding of what the project is, but it's so early in the process we don't have conclusions what the impacts are. So what we're really trying to get is an understanding of concerns that people have to help scope the project, what types of topics we should be analyzing within the environmental impact report. And so that scoping meeting was held on May 25th, 2022 during that 30-day public review period. And there were a variety of concerns that were raised in public comment letters that we received. We have a list here, 11 comment letters received during the NOP public review process. I won't go through and read each of them. They're all laid out within the draft environmental impact report, but it ranges from a variety of state agencies, citizen groups, local governmental agencies. there was a variety of environmental concerns that were identified within those comment letters, and they ranged from the loss of prime farmland under the topic of agricultural resources to air quality and greenhouse gas emissions associated with mobile sources and area sources of emission. There was loss of biological resources, so a variety of concerns that are outlined here. And what we did is we took these, and it helps inform us on what the scope of the EIR should be. And so what we formulated was this list of environmental topics, and what it comes down to is the EIR that was prepared is considered a full scope EIR, which means that we didn't scope any topics out. We didn't identify, in the scoping process, sometimes you identify topics that they're just not relevant, or it's very clear that there's no environmental topics associated with that, so you scope it out. On this particular EIR, it is a full scope EIR, no topics scoped out. Also, within the NOP process, we identified a series of alternatives that were potential alternatives that would be analyzed within the draft EIR. And through that process, and also after the NOP process, we continued to think through alternatives, and we refined, and we actually added an additional alternative to what was originally in the NOP. And so the list here, there's a brief summary of what the alternatives were that were analyzed. The no project alternative, an increased density with a mixed use component. There's a reduced density alternative and a reduced sphere of influence alternative. So each of these four alternatives were analyzed in addition to what was proposed by the applicant. So the analysis results in various conclusions. There are less than significant conclusions. There are situations where you have a potential impact, and we're able to develop mitigation measures that would reduce those impacts to less than significant. And then there are significant and unavoidable impacts. That's where there's an impact that we don't have any mitigation measures that are going to reduce it to an insignificant level. So here there are 8 topics that we found to be less than significant: aesthetics and visual resources, agricultural resources, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, hydrology, land use and population, public facilities, and utilities. We have 5 topics where we identified that there would be a potentially significant impact, but there are mitigation measures available that would reduce those impacts to an insignificant level. And so those 5 topics are listed here: biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, and noise. And to mitigate those impacts, we developed 10 mitigation measures that were aimed specific at to the impacts that were identified. And then I note here too that I noted earlier that there are lots of federal, state, and local regulation standards, conditions of approval that are applied to all projects that effectively reduce impact. So those are all part of the consideration in ultimately defining what the conclusion for the impact is. The last topic is significant and unavoidable impacts. And so this is where we've analyzed something and we found it to be significant and unavoidable. And so we've broken it down into 2 different topics, or I should say 2 different categories. They're both under one environmental topic: transportation and circulation. One is at a project level. The project impacts were found to be significant and unavoidable. And also under the cumulative level, we found that the impact was significant and unavoidable. And so I think it's important too to talk a little bit about traffic and circulation, because I think in the Planning Commission meeting, there was some confusion on what exactly that means. Just a couple of years ago, the state adopted a new bill, that SB 375, that requires, it changed the way that we analyze traffic impacts with an environmental impact report. And it refocused our analysis to vehicle miles traveled. Vehicle miles traveled is a function of how far somebody travels from their place of residence to their place of employment to places of retail and services. And in the past, it was an analysis of level of service, which is a measurement of congestion and how much delay you have at intersections and what the capacity of the roadway and the intersection have. And you look at the impacts, measuring it on a level of service A through D, And you develop mitigation measures that might add a lane or a turning movement or signalization to try to reduce or mitigate that impact. VMT is much different. It's really a function of your land use design, where you live. And so, as an example, if you look at a place like San Francisco, very urban, people live in apartments, stacked up high, you have retail and places of employment on the ground level. A lot of people don't even have a car there. And so when you measure out per capita vehicle miles traveled in a place like San Francisco, very urban, the amount of vehicle miles traveled by an individual is very low when you compare it to a place like residents of Clovis in the Central Valley, very suburban community. And so you might think, if you've been to San Francisco, that traffic is very bad. You drive down and it's congestion, it's hard to get through. Level of service, it would be a significant unavoidable impact under the old way of analyzing. But under the new way, it's actually very good. People don't travel very far, so vehicle miles traveled, they operate way better under this standard than Clovis, which is in a lot of ways counterintuitive, because it's very relatable when we drive down a road, we get stuck at an intersection, we see people speeding, things like that. SB 375 says we can't make environmental conclusions based on that type of analysis. We have to base it on vehicle miles traveled. And so if you just look at Heritage Grove, even the Quail Run community, people that live in the area, they essentially have the same vehicle trip lengths as the 600 residents within that 605 units. So the existing communities are also having a significant and unavoidable impact relative to this type of analysis. And I think it was important to understand the difference between the two analyses, because they're very different. When you look at, even though we have a significant unavoidable impact for vehicle miles traveled, we still do a local transportation analysis that looks at operational analysis. We don't use it for the conclusions, but we do it for understanding what engineering solutions need to be done for public works, city engineers, to make sure that the circulation system has capacity and doesn't have congestion and meets other standards that the city has in terms of policy standards for level of service. And so that analysis was done, and what it does find is that levels of service would be within acceptable ranges as areas build out and the city's programs, capital improvement programs and regional transportation programs that have fees going into it, use those fees to build improvements that are needed on a longer term basis to add that capacity within the circulation system. So that analysis is not used to conclude less than significant here. It's included in the EIR as an appendix as sort of ancillary information for those that are interested in it, but it's not the basis for the significant unavoidable conclusion. This is just a function of how far somebody needs to travel. There was a lot of comments too relative to transit and adding additional transit, and that's something that is a potential mitigation measure. What we've done is we've looked at it from what transit is available to the project and whether or not it would be effective increasing transit beyond what that standard is. And there's studies that show that just because you increase transit in a suburban community doesn't mean that you're going to increase the ridership. So great idea to add more transit, but it doesn't mean that there would be an effective reduction in vehicle miles traveled or trip lengths by people. People in suburban communities are still going to use their vehicles even though the transit's available on a large proportion. And so a lot of the ideas for mitigation, we just found that they weren't effective at actually reducing the per capita vehicle trip lengths. So I belabored that point a little bit, but I thought it was important to cover the differences of the two.
I got a quick question.
Sure.
So going back to what you were just talking about in the report, it states that potential impact, the potential for the project to result in VMT increases that are greater than 87% of baseline conditions. So that, to me, when I read 87% higher, and then it says the per capita is 20.7% higher than the city's VMT per capita threshold. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is that's a big number. If you're saying that this project is gonna increase more than 87% of baseline conditions, whatever you just said was a lot.
Yeah.
So just going back to the numbers right here, what does this mean?
Do you have that? I think that it's actually the 13%, right?
I'm on page 66 of 4,000.
George, it's not 4,000, it's 309,094. George, I think I just saw the hand raised, I think of one of the consultants maybe mentioned their name?
Yes, I think that might be Ambrish,
Yes.
trying to speak.
So, I mean, do you want to answer that, Steve, or?
The traffic consultant would probably be best to
okay.
answer it.
So how do we pipe in?
Can you hear me? This is Ambrish here.
Hello, we can't hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Ambrish Mukherjee, a principal at LSA and a traffic engineer. We prepared the VMT analysis also. Just to explain the process that Steve was mentioning right now for the VMT, I just want to mention one correction. It was Senate Bill 743. 375 was introduced for the GHG reduction back in 2010. And then 743 was introduced in 2020 for VMT reduction. The 87% we are talking about, it's the regional threshold. What it means is that if my regional average is 100, let's say, then the project will have a significant impact if it generates a VMT greater than 87. So a project needs to be 13% below the regional average, which is the county. So that's one clarification I wanted to mention. And then what we mean by 20% above Clovis's average is, let's say Clovis right now has a regional average of 15 miles of VMT. This project will have a VMT profile of 20% more than 15 miles, which might be 18 miles. And so that's what the conclusion is, that the project results in a 20% greater VMT than entire city of Clovis's average. And as you can imagine, city of Clovis, it's a pretty big city. So you have a lower VMT profile as you're going more like towards the southwest end of Clovis, which is closer to Fresno and downtown Fresno, where a lot of people are traveling to work. So that's kind of the way the analysis is prepared. And it's done using the regional travel demand model, which is maintained by the Fresno Council of Governments. So that model is used for preparing VMT analysis, not just for this project. Every single project that's there in Fresno County is using that model. So just wanted to make those clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Matt? I'm not sure.
For now, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Steve, can I ask you, okay, we'll just back up to CEQA.
Sure.
So CEQA says we have to find, or you have to, or the city has to study other alternatives. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 other alternatives that were studied. Are those other 4 studied for every single one of those items? Or is it an analysis at the start of CEQA, and then you eliminate them, and then you go, we're only going to study what the project is? Can you answer that question?
Yeah, so,
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what CEQA requires you to do is analyze, and it's fairly vague, I guess. It's considered a reasonable range of alternatives. And what exactly that is, you know, I've seen 2 or 3 depending on the project. What you're supposed to look at is things that can reduce at least one environmental impact. And then ultimately, you need to determine, after you do the analysis, you need to determine whether or not it's actually a feasible alternative. And the other premise is it has to meet the project objectives. So alternatives are generally not analyzed at the same level of environmental review as the proposed project. So if you look at the proposed project, we have Chapter 3, which is hundreds and hundreds of pages. When you analyze alternatives, they're generally done in more of a comparative type of analysis.
Okay.
So you're looking at what the sort of the general summary of the environmental impact is associated with the project, and then you're comparing sort of the hypothetical situation. If this project or this alternative were to be approved, would you have a greater impact? Would you have less impact relative to that topic? And so it's a very, very much more of a matrix comparative type of a study.
And then the reasons stated are more goal-oriented from what I read, you know, housing choice and landscape choice of modestly. In other words, it seemed very goal-oriented, not specifically oriented in the choice of or elimination of the alternatives. Is that pretty, at least that's what it's stated in the CEQA findings section.
So that's probably aimed a little bit more at the alternatives are supposed to achieve the basic project objectives. So there's a series of about 4 or 5, maybe 8 project objectives that are outlined in the project description and also in the findings, as well as in the alternative analysis. And you are supposed to analyze the project comparatively, but you're also supposed to look at that alternative and say, does it achieve what the objective of the project is? And sometimes you discount, it doesn't meet all of the basic project objectives. Sometimes it meets 2, 3, maybe 90% of the project objectives, but it doesn't meet all of them. And so it's a notable fact that we identify.
And the project objectives are given by the applicant, or our staff determines those?
Yeah, you know, we work because we're writers. You know, we try to craft them into a into a formula that's understandable by people, but we're trying to encapsulate the basic vision of the project as proposed by the applicant. And so there's lots of different elements within a design, and we try to describe that, and partly in talking with city staff and applicants, those are formulated, and those are ultimately agreed on early on in the process as we define what the project is. So there's the sort of list of entitlements, and then there's the details of acreage and unit count and densities, all of those things. But also, it's important that we identify what are the project objectives early on in the process. So those are defined at the very beginning of the project.
And then for the reduced density alternative, which was, I guess, the second option after the don't do anything option, how did the 150 units, how did that come to be? In other words, how come it couldn't be a midpoint instead of very low? So how did that come about?
You know, it can be. They're very much hypothetical.
Okay.
So it's, you know, sitting down, talking with the developer about, you know, different scenarios, talking with city staff, looking at alternative land uses that you know, possibly could fit, and just coming up with hypothetical alternatives. These are not alternatives that are proposed by the applicant by any measure, but it is something that we try to develop. So reduced density, for instance, it's what you find is 150 residential units compared to 605. What you're going to find in the analysis is there's going to be, it's really proportionate to the reduction of lots. You're going to have a proportion of reduced water demand, wastewater generation, you know, traffic and traffic noise. So it's very much proportional to the reduction of units that you're going to find a reduction in environmental impact. Increased density mixed-use alternative. It might seem a little counterintuitive, but there are environmental impacts that are reduced there because you actually have a better VMT when you have a higher density of and a mixed uses. So you're providing some level of mixed uses in that area, so people don't have to travel as far for commercial. So there are some reduced impacts there, but there's also a trade-off. There's increased impacts because you have more density, you have, you know, more trips, you have more noise, you have a variety of things. So these are sort of give and take. Some result, they're not uniformly reducing the same impacts. And it's really, again, it's just very hypothetical. The reduced sphere of influence alternative is looking at focusing, really physically, there's almost no change compared to the proposed project, because all you're doing is reducing the area that is defined as a non-development area. You're reducing that from the proposed project and saying there would be no sphere of influence change there, but physically there's no, reduction in biological impacts, air quality, et cetera. It's very much reduced, or very much the same as the proposed project. The increased density and the reduced density alternative, that's where we saw that there was more of a reduction of certain types of impacts, and they're all defined in much more greater detail than I could probably explain in this meeting.
And so based on your analysis of it, with the 4 alternatives and the project, those other 4 did not meet the objectives that were sort of collaboratively decided upon as much as what the project was going to give to the city. The conclusion is that correct, from what I read?
Yeah, I think that they all partially meet some objectives, but they don't fully meet the project objectives.
Okay.
For various reasons that are identified within the analysis.
And so I appreciate the chart. It helped, the chart on page 3246.
Yeah.
It gave the what first, second, what was best. And so I just wanted to understand how you meaning the consultant, came to where these didn't work out to meet the need. So appreciate it. Okay. Should we ask the VMT questions now, or are you going to go back later on the traffic, or should we wait for those? Because Councilmember Basco asked him, I wanted to follow up a couple, or should we not?
What's your?
I only had a few more slides, but I think a lot of the VMT questions would probably be answered by the traffic consultant. Okay. I can supplement also, but.
By the way, if we could get to the end of this part, and then we can come back, is that okay? We'll take this in bite-sized pieces here.
Sure.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to go back to, so I think I was wrapping up VMT right here. And, okay, so the analysis was prepared. We had all of the various conclusions, less than significant with mitigation, and significant unavoidable. Ultimately, that was all compiled into the draft EIR and released for a 45-day public review period. The notice of availability was released in July of 2023, and the public review extended through September of 2023. Very similar to the notice of preparation, the document is released to the State Clearinghouse, which disseminates it to a variety of state agencies. It's also disseminated locally here to local agencies and citizen groups. The public review period resulted in 24 comment letters that were received. And ultimately, those comment letters were taken into what's called a final EIR, where we break down each individual comment letter, the components of the comments and the concerns that were raised within the letter, and we provide a very detailed response to each one of those. In some situations, there's a need for us to clarify or amplify the text that's in the draft EIR, and we do that in the form of an errata that's going to show the added text in an underlined format, deleted text in a strike-through format, so that people can zero in on exactly what we're changing to try to address the comment and to make sure that it's clear what the information is that we're trying to convey. The final EIR also includes a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and this is a document that sort of lives on past an EIR. If a project is to be approved and it goes into a development phase, it's a plan for the city to be able to check. In addition to the conditions of approval, it's an ability for the city to check and mark off as different mitigation measures are met at different stages of a project, whether it's before a building permit or prior to final occupancy, whatever stage it might be. That's outlined in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And so the final EIR was ultimately released in November 2023, right before the Planning Commission hearing. During the lead up to the Planning Commission, there was a series of comment letters that were received several days before, on the day of, and even several days after the Planning Commission hearing. It totaled 16 comments, and as George said, the city staff had identified the Planning Commission that there wasn't time, because of the comments coming in so late, to be able to provide a very detailed, thorough, and thoughtful response in writing. So what the city staff conveyed to Planning Commission is that they would go back and they would provide that detailed response. And so what we did was we went back and we did almost like a second final EIR where we took those additional 16 comment letters, just like we did with the first 24, and we broke them down into their individual parts, provided a very detailed response, and we prepared a revised final EIR. And this, in effect, added an additional chapter, the subsequent comments that were received, 16 comments, and in a few cases there were some additional errata changes that were made. So there's a single errata that is composed of all the changes we made on the first final EIR, and then some additional ones on the revised final EIR. So that was, the final EIR was prepared, and it was released here recently prior to City Council's hearing. And I think that wraps up my presentation, George.
Are you gonna, new topic?
Yes, but I can stop here.
So why don't we just hold on, what other questions does the council have on this EIR question? Are there any comments on the question of the EIR?
Are we talking traffic and circulation now?
We can.
I don't want to jump the gun.
Yeah,
I want to do it all at the right time, but.
I do have a slide, to talk about traffic impacts, down the line, but that's fine. I mean, we can do that.
I will wait until you do your presentation on that.
Diane, do you have a question?
I just have a VMT question.
So let's wait till we do
Yeah.
traffic. Paul?
So Steve, with regards to the 96 pages of comments and your replies to it, are there any comments which gives you pause in which this EIR, this analysis has not addressed fully?
No, there are. There are certain standards that we have to measure the comment against. And does it raise any concern that there's new information that wasn't analyzed or that wasn't known? There's certain things within the statute, within the California Environmental Quality Act, that helps guide us whether or not we need to what's called recirculate an EIR. And that's new information that wasn't known, something that was raised. There's a lot of concerns relative to safety, traffic safety. There were concerns on water supply, groundwater depletion, loss of prime farmland. So a variety of concerns that were raised in these comment letters. And what we try to do is we point people to where in the document this is addressed and how we went about analyzing the topic. So for instance, prime farmland. There is prime farmland. The site is designated prime farmland. The Department of Conservation defines, you can conclude that it's an impact because it's prime farmland, but the Department of Conservation provides what's called a LISA model, land evaluation and site assessment model. And what they try to do is take the sort of, any bias out of the qualitative type of analysis, and they try to make it a little bit more quantitative. And so they apply certain factors that you use GIS to map out, and you quantify how many acres of certain types of soils and the characteristics. You look at certain characteristics of, are there conservation easements on the site and in the neighboring area? Are there agricultural uses outside, adjacent to the site? So all these different factors that play into the success of an agricultural operation, it's defined by the Department of Conservation. And this is the California LISA model. It's derived from a United States model dating back even farther. That's very similar, but it allows us to really objectively analyze this site based on these factors that are defined by the Department of Conservation and put a number to it. And then the Department of Conservation defines what number is significant and what number is less than significant. And so generally, if you're thousands of acres of prime farmland, you're going to have a significant unavoidable impact. When you get smaller, then it starts to become a factor of what are the adjacent uses? Are they residential? Are they also agricultural? What exactly are the soils? Not just a category of prime, but there's classes of soils, and you can be prime and not have a high class, and that's not rated as high. Story index is another one. It's a classification.
Let me get to
Sure.
my question, because I think a lot of those aren't the concerns that are in this actual, item today. So on page 3527, their attorney, George and Manley, response L5-4, okay? So he put in there, lastly, the planning commission cannot lawfully approve the vesting tenant tract map, and then it's pretty long. And then the response is, it's on the next page, the comment is noted, the planning commission did not approve the vesting tentative tract map or any other component of the project. As a result, the case doesn't apply and related authorities are not applicable. Well, that stands because they can just replace planning commission with council. And so, is it because they didn't say council? And so you answered it as, they said that to the planning commission, they didn't approve it, so, well, it doesn't apply because the planning commission didn't approve it anyway. So I'm trying to understand the logic behind some of it. You didn't get to the substance of it, you got to the procedural aspect of that question.
Yeah, and I think the comment, I think it was a procedural issue at the planning commission.
Okay.
If I recall, the planning commission doesn't have the authority to approve that. It had to go to city council.
Approve anything anyway.
Yeah, but it just seemed like, oh, they didn't approve it, so that point is moot. I don't know, maybe I'm understanding it wrong, but I look at it and go, well, they can just say, well, now it's the council's decision, and how do we respond, or are we ready to respond, or should we respond? And it just seemed like, well, the planning commission.
So, I think one of the nuance within the question is that the EIR has to be certified to approve the tentative map. The planning commission does not certify the EIR. The EIR is certified by the city council. So at this stage, the comment is not relevant to your situation. What they were saying is they were concerned that the tentative map would actually be approved at that point, and it was not going to be approved. It first requires a certification of the EIR, which was not on the table. It's a recommendation from the planning commission that would be passed to the city council to consider certification of the EIR and also consider approval of the tentative tract map.
I get it. Thank you. So now with regards to EIRs, they are studied looking at the maximum physical capacity, is that correct? So whether it's roads, maximum physical capacity of the number of homes, the 605 homes. So they're looking at, so let's just say a road, they're looking at what the full build out of the road is, not what the road is today. So if we designated the road at full build out to be 4 lanes, the EIR and CEQA analyzes it per what it will be eventually, not what it is. Or do they analyze it what it is today and what it will be, both of those together?
So the unique thing about the traffic analysis is it's really focused on the trip length, how far somebody travels, and not what the capacity is. So how many lanes there are is a capacity concern. It's an operational concern. That analysis is done, but it's not the basis of the conclusion that's provided in the EIR. But, so to answer the question, there is an analysis of different scenarios. So there's if you look through the local transportation analysis, there is an existing condition, and there is a certain amount of traffic that is measured by going out there and taking traffic counts. Then there is an existing plus project scenario where you look at the project plus the traffic just generated from this project. Then there's a cumulative scenario, which is more of that, I think what you were describing, which is what happens in the future scenario as everything is built out. And so it does look at the different scenarios. The existing condition looks at how much traffic there is and what is the type of lane configuration and capacity that exists right now. So that is a consideration.
And my last question with regards to the EIR is, Is VMT the only item that is significant and unavoidable out of all the other bullet points that we were supposed to study?
On a project level
Yeah.
and on a cumulative level, it was.
And that was the only one?
Yeah.
And everything else was less than significant, I think that's the term used.
That's right.
I think the traffic consultant indicated they may have some comments on to your question.
I want to be mindful a little bit of
yeah,
time. We're an hour and 20 minutes into this, and we haven't even finished the staff presentation, so if we could have shorter, responses from you all, and our questions are whatever our questions are, but just try to, I mean, we've done, I think, a good job keeping them in line, but I'm afraid the public is here to make their comments, so if we could just all be mindful of that. And so, to the traffic consultant, if you can weigh in now, that would be great, briefly.
Sure.
Please.
Just two quick clarifications. Number one, the scenarios analyzed in the study were existing, then a near-term cumulative, which is essentially project opening year and whatever other project gets built by that time in the next 3-4 years, that's the near-term cumulative. And then a horizon year cumulative, which is 20-25 years down the line, which it takes into account every single project in the county, in the city, in Fresno, taken into account. So that's one clarification. The second, I want to just mention your question about what did we consider as the base circulation versus future. All the scenarios, as a worst case scenario, we looked at what is there on the ground now, and if we were to add all this traffic with nothing changing, then what happens? And then there is a scenario where we say, okay, now if you implement all the improvements that are being planned, whether it's through the city's general plan, county's general plan, or Fresno's general plan, then what happens? And with that, all those improvements being implemented, all intersections are going to work fine. That's what the LTA shows. Although it's not part of the CEQA, it shows that all intersections are going to work fine. So just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything else on the EIR before anything else? I just had one quick, after I said be brief, one question. Years ago, we did an EIR for a commercial center, and one of the questions we talked about then was, do EIRs consider the economic blight potentially that could occur from a giant mega center going in and putting out of business 8 small grocery stores or whatever that is? I think the answer was kind of partially. When you do an EIR like this, do you have any consideration of the cumulative impact of this development in this area as part of the EIR? You have a category called land use and population, land use, housing and population, I think. But do you speak to the larger impact on a community, on any kind of development, this one in particular, but on anyone when you do an EIR like this? I didn't see it in there, but I just didn't know if that was a factor.
In terms of blight, I mean?
In terms of impact on other neighborhoods, impact on existing homes, impact on, I don't know, neighborhood parks, anything to that effect.
To the extent that there's several questions that are defined within the land use section, and one of them is, does it divide an existing community? So
does it what?
Does it divide an existing community? So that's one of the questions, and typically where you'll find that is if you have, you know, a large bypass project cutting through a city, so you're dividing what's there. Does it displace people? And so that scenario would be, you know, again, sometimes on roadway projects through with eminent domain, Caltrans or a city will take homes that, you know, people live in through eminent domain. So that's an environmental impact. So certain topics like that are analyzed. Blight is a topic that's typically reserved for...
That was just an example. That doesn't apply to this, but
Okay.
just this reminds me of that. How we measure the impact of that commercial center is not unlike how you might say, when you do this in that area, this is what's going to happen to the things like you described, impact on the community, divide, et cetera. So you have some consideration of that in the EIR.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. But that was my example. Okay. Let's see if we can pick this up just a bit, not to diminish how important this all is, but we want to hear from. So, George, back to you, I think.
Thank you. And Mayor, I would like to apologize at the beginning of my presentation. I failed to mention that we also have a county representative here this evening. Hector, Luna, that may be able to answer questions from the council this evening.
Where is Mr. Luna, just so he can wave at me? Oh, hello, behind the dais. Hello, thanks for being here tonight. Okay, go ahead. Or the podium,
I'll try to move quickly through these slides.
Well, this is all the way it works, but we have a lot of people here, and it's 7:30, so
Okay.
just trying
All
to
right.
get through.
So I'll go briefly, my next few slides, I wanted just to touch point on some of the concerns, raised, from the neighbors, either through the, neighborhood meetings or, official comments, with the project. So one of those concerns was related to density increase. So we know that the project is being proposed as just under 8 dwelling units, per acre, so 7.77 to be exact. So when evaluating the project, as an urban planner, right, when we look at these, how is it that we come to a conclusion to recommend a project to the council or not? What is it that we look at? Well, we look at various aspects, including the project location and its surroundings, and project design. This project being, at least in some locations, adjacent to rural residential. Did the project attempt to mitigate some of the impacts adjacent to these rural residential lots? And I have a slide right after this one that talks a little bit about how far away are some of the homes going to be in relation to the rural residential properties. We also look at the availability of city services and infrastructure. Is the infrastructure there or nearby that will be able to service the project? We look at is the project consistent with the general plan goals and policies that we collectively have adopted as a vision for the future growth of the city? Is it consistent with the city's regional housing needs assessment, which that's a big item? Also, is it consistent with the policies in a landscape of choice, which is a guiding policy that the city utilizes where it provides guidance on how to develop land more efficiently with higher density. So those collectively, that's what we look at. And here's just to show you just the surrounding developments and their prospective densities. The European Glen gated community next to the meat market, which, by the way, have awesome sandwiches. I like that there. That density came in at 6.47 dwelling units per acre. The Lennar project immediately to the west comes in at 4.7 dwelling units per acre. Century Homes at the southeast corner of Shepherd and Clovis comes in at 6.96 dwelling units per acre. Lennar, immediately to the east, comes in at 6.37 units per acre. And Wilson Homes, immediately to the east of that, developed a project there at 2.75 dwelling units per acre. Now, what does this mean? It's just, I'm showing you for illustrative purposes the various densities adjacent to the project. And here's just to show you the buffer to the existing residential homes. I want to be clear that this is just one example, okay? So that it doesn't apply to all the residents in this area. But here is, we have the existing Sunnyside roundabout. Here's Sunnyside and Heirloom. It's right here next to, within the Lennar development. So I took this corner home at this location. So that's this home at the end of this photo here, if this thing works with me, right here. So it shows that from the home to the existing property line, it's about 95 feet away, okay? And then on the south side of the property line, we have a proposed trail, which is about approximately 30 feet wide. And then we have Heirloom, which is another 40 feet. And then we have the sidewalk and the setback to the first home, which it could be anywhere from 17 feet, to 25. All that to say that from the property line, we're looking at potentially at the low end, 80 feet setback, okay, at least along this portion. I know there's other portions of the project that they might be a little closer. Just from home to home, you're looking at about 170 feet separation. Another topic of concern was related to sewer and water impacts with this project. Now, as mentioned earlier, Provost and Pritchard is on the phone that is able to answer any questions from the council. But Provost and Pritchard provided a water analysis, which concluded that the city has the capacity to accommodate the project. Likewise, the city engineer provided a sewer analysis, which also concluded that the city has the capacity to accommodate the project with, of course, the necessary connections. It is important to note here that the Fresno irrigation boundary lies completely outside of the boundaries of this project. So therefore, this project is not entitled to FID water rights. Therefore, the project will have to pay the established fees to acquire the necessary water demands for the project. And in reviewing all of the data and the analysis, staff's conclusion is that we concur with the conclusions and findings in these studies. Regarding groundwater, as mentioned too, the local groundwater expert, Ken Schmidt, is here to answer any questions. In his report, I will summarize it. The overall impact to the groundwater table will be less as a developed subdivision. The report provided that the average consumptive use of applied water for the pecan orchard is about 200 acre-feet per year. Compared that to the average consumptive use of applied water for the proposed project is about 95 acre-feet per year, so about half less. It is also important to note that the water for this project will be provided from the city's distribution system, which will be primarily surface water, a little bit more than 50% is surface water, and as the years go on, we're going to rely more on surface water. In conclusion, the report indicated that the removal of the orchard, the one private domestic well, and the 8 ag wells will be beneficial to the local groundwater supplies. And based on this analysis, again, staff concurs with the conclusions and findings. In terms of traffic, before I talk a little bit about my points here, I was going to give the opportunity for Ambridge to speak a little bit about the scope of work process and how that's done, which agencies review it, provide comments, and also answer any VMT questions that the council may have, if that's okay.
It is okay, as long as it's relevant to helping all of us understand the outcome. We don't have time for the whole process of traffic studies, but I think relative to the concerns that we know are out there, that would be helpful.
Okay.
That's fair?
That's fair.
Is that fair?
Yes. Ambridge?
Yeah, good evening again. Just wanted to give a high-level, overview of how the traffic study is, especially, I should be clarifying this, the LTA, the local transportation analysis, and not the VMT analysis, which is, the LTA is not part of CEQA. The LTA process starts with us preparing a traffic scoping letter, which determines the project study area and locations that will be studied in the traffic LTA. And that is sent out to all agencies being affected by project-related traffic. In this particular case, it was obviously city themselves, but then also County of Fresno, City of Fresno, and Caltrans. So the traffic scoping letter, the reason we do that at the very beginning is just to get confirmation from all agencies that their concerns and issues are being addressed in the study before the actual study is done. So that was done back in July of 2022 when we submitted that scoping letter to all agencies. And then by August of 2022, we received comments which helped us finalize the items that were eventually studied in the LTA. So just wanted to provide that clarification to all of us. Thank you. Oh, you had some questions on VMT?
Well, George, help me. I thought, do you have any, is that what you expected him to say right now? Is that enough? Okay.
That's enough unless the council wants follow up on VMT.
Okay, all right. So, Diane, you said you had a VMT question?
Yeah, I do. When VMT is calculated, obviously, when we do these developments, whether it's a master plan development or such, we're doing the residential first, and we always say that retail follows rooftops. So can you clarify or explain exactly how any commercial development that would give opportunity for jobs or those types of activities, how do the ones that are in progress, that are currently planned, or that are kind of zoned and expected in a longer-term future, how do those impact the VMT of this particular residential development?
That's a great question, actually. So and I don't want to be too long here, but the objective of Senate Bill 743 was to promote high-density, mixed-use type of development and discourage suburban track map style development. They wanted to see that projects through land use design reduce trip lengths and people stay close to where they're going and doing their grocery, where they're going to school, or where they're going to work. So if there were, and the way the analysis is done is you look at the VMT or the trip lengths under baseline conditions, because that's the worst case scenario, right? So you don't have these complementary land uses right now. And so people are they have to travel longer to do their grocery or get to work. If I were to look in, let's say, 20 years down the line, and the city through its general plan kind of has a more diverse mix of land uses, most likely the VMT is going to come down. So right now, the analysis is saying the project's VMT is going to be 17 miles. That's like an 8.5-mile round trip, right? 8.5-mile one way. If we were to see the cumulative, so-called, it might come down from 17 to 14 or 15. But you have to look at what is on the ground now and how long the project's VMT is based on what's there on the ground now. So that's what was done.
Yeah. Hey, Vaughn.
Yeah, I had a question with regards to the 5 study scenarios. Which of those, as decision makers, should we take or weigh more than the others? How do we know which one? Do we look more at existing, or are we looking at cumulative plus project conditions? I mean, it's your ultimate conclusion is that it's significant and unavoidable. So
it's not significant and unavoidable for LOS, because that's not under CEQA anymore.
Okay.
The significant and unavoidable is because of VMT. Okay. But again, you need to look at LOS just because you need the infrastructure, right? These are new developments that's going to happen, and the city would want the streets to stay uncongested and safe. So in terms of the reason we means the city has in its guidelines for LTA, 2 different scenarios. This near term and long term is to determine, okay, tomorrow or 3 years down the road, when this project comes in, what would be needed right when the project is getting occupied, right? So you need to have all those infrastructure in place, whatever is going to be failing in the near term to be improved by the time the project opens. The long-term improvements are basically your general plan improvements. Those get built through collecting funds, whether it's through the RTIP, whether it's through the city's DIF or CIP program. The city collects those funds, and then it collects funds from all these other projects that are also being planned for the future. And then, the city creates its own capital improvement program on a priority basis and makes sure those improvements are eventually in place. So that's why the city wants that these traffic studies, not just this project, every study that you would see has this near-term cumulative and the long-term cumulative.
So is it bad, or should we not take the long-term and weigh that much heavier than what is existing? Or should all 5 of them be weighed pretty equally? You understand what I'm trying to ask?
Yes, I think if every scenario should be looked at with equal importance, because you don't want temporary solution to congestion. You want eventually the permanent fix, which is in the long-term scenario, the long-term cumulative scenario. So that should be the goal. It's just the timing or the implementation of these improvements. You need the near-term improvements that were identified in the study to be implemented by project opening year, whether by the project or by the city. You want to make sure the long-term improvements are eventually improved in the long run. But you don't want to see in the study, the LTA study, although it's not part of CEQA, that there are a whole lot of places where even with improvements, nothing works and everything still fails. That's the red flag. In this study, if you look at the intersection with improvements, delay and LOS, all the intersections will work, and there are improvements being proposed, which needs to get implemented eventually, whether by the project or by city.
And then my last question is just to confirm, with regards to LOS analysis, it is less than significant in all the 5 scenarios?
For intersections, yes, I think there is one roadway segment that has an issue. And that's because it could be potentially improved, but that's not what the city's general plan policy says. And I think that's on Fowler, because it's a rural collector. And the city's general plan policy keeps it as a rural collector, so no improvements have been proposed there. And if that were to be improved to not from a rural collector to a regular urban collector, that location would have been fixed. But barring that one location, everything else works with the improvements.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have just hopefully a short question. I'm interested in the interface between city streets and county streets. I think what's interesting about this project is the level of service and road capacity and road maintenance and road safety is very different for city standards versus county ability to get out and take care of the roads. So to what extent does that factor into the traffic analysis as you look at particularly that interface on some of these rural roads? Because I think one of the concerns of the neighbors is it's one thing to think about Shepherd at 6 lanes or 4 lanes or whatever. I mean, that's one thing. But traveling north to Clovis North on some of these 2-lane country roads that the county, probably is not going to spend money on repairing, unless my friend there behind the podium has a different idea. But I mean, traditionally, that's not been what's happened. So can you speak to the interface between suburban, urban, and rural roads in a project just like this, where it's right on the edge?
So we would typically look at, when we are looking at the impact, let's say, I mean, impact would not be the right word because it's not under CEQA, but let's say for a moment, we call it impact. We are looking at the worst case scenario. So if, let's say, Clovis requirements are more stringent than county's requirement, we will be applying that more stringent requirement. Whoever's requirements in terms of roadway capacity and everything is more stringent, we will apply that and then make sure that with implementation of improvements, everything is working. So at these interface locations, I'll use an example. Let's say Clovis's LOS standard is LOSD and county wants to maintain LOSC. We will make sure that that intersection is at a C because that's the more stringent criteria between the two jurisdictions. And so obviously, if you can imagine, if you are using a more stringent criteria, the amount of improvements that would be required will be more than the lesser of the two stringent criteria. So that was what was followed in this study when we were looking at this interface locations. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Thank you. That was helpful. All right. Let's bring this home. Ish.
And Mayor, I was reminded that we do have Provost and Pritchard on the phone. If the council has any questions regarding the water analysis, and Ken Schmidt is also here for the groundwater report, if you had any questions for him.
Are there any questions at this point about groundwater or water? And I think we've talked about that yet, have we? I mean, you mentioned briefly, you did, I guess we haven't talked about it in detail. Do you have anybody have questions yet, or we might have it because the neighbors, I think, will bring it up again, so maybe we can just wait and if Mr. Schmidt doesn't mind, he's never going home, that would be great. That'd be great. All right, keep going.
Okay, so in regards to, traffic impacts, I think here, I need to, be very clear that the proposed project, will generate new traffic in the nearby area. There were some comments made, that, either the report or staff made a different reference to that, that necessarily it wouldn't generate new traffic, but it is clear, the report is clear, yes, it will bring more traffic into the area. Most noticeably impacts will be to Shepherd Avenue, Clovis, Sunnyside, north of Shepherd, and Fowler Avenue. Improvements will be made along the project, along the project's frontage, in accordance with our Clovis Municipal Code. Sunnyside north of Shepherd, will be fully built out, the remaining portion of it. Shepherd Avenue between Sunnyside and Fowler will also be, built out, and I have an exhibit here soon that will follow that can show you how it's going to look like. The traffic signal will be operational at the intersection of Sunnyside and Shepherd, before this project, it's on its way. The staff also considered public comments, and the full build-out of the traffic analysis were considered. And we provided responses to those comments. And along with all that collectively, the impacts to other streets and traffic signals do not meet the minimum thresholds to be considered deficient, and no improvements were required. Based on that analysis, staff's position is that we concur with the conclusions and findings of the traffic analysis.
George, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can we, maybe we can just take little bites of the apple. I'd like to start with the traffic issue. The EIR studies 26 intersections and 23 roadway segments, and there is several of them that are listed as unsatisfactory or deficient during peak hours. I would have to imagine that during this study, the intersection of both Clovis and Herndon and Shepherd and Clovis and Shepherd and Sunnyside were both either closed or under construction or some type of detour. So that probably had to skewer the existing situation. If we were to condition as part of this project that those intersections have to be finished and the roadway Shepherd between Sunnyside and Fowler had to be done before substantial work is begun, would that mitigate, and I don't know who I'm talking to here, would that mitigate part of the problem that's existing now and the short-term stuff?
So I'll take a stab at that. This project will be built out and signalized as a condition of the project.
I'm talking sooner than later.
As far as the timing, it'll be conditioned before they're significantly completed. It's always been part of a development that they're conditioned to have it done before the project is completed. But it could be something that council would want to or would like to add to the condition as far as the timing goes. Just know it is something that could impact the developer, so they might want to comment on it.
And the same goes for Sunnyside from Shepherd to Nees. Obviously, regardless, I think that most of the people who are going to be going to work are probably going to be going either to Fowler or to Clovis Avenue. But if they're shopping at Clovis and Herndon, they're going to probably be coming down Sunnyside because that's the most direct route. The folks in the Dry Creek Preserve have been very sensitive about the traffic situation, Teague and Sunnyside, I thought there was a condition as part of the Woodside homes that there would be a traffic calming device there, but apparently I was incorrect. If we were to condition that, to work with the county and come up with either, I don't know what they're gonna do, a traffic calming device, which they put a median island, or if we're gonna do a roundabout like Sunnyside and Heritage or Harmony, I forget the name of it. Heirloom, there you go. If we did that as part of this early on, would that relieve some and mitigate some of the issues on Sunnyside between Shepherd and Needs?
So I should clarify that, with the traffic study, with the way they did the trip generation, and as far as how many trips would go down Sunnyside, the traffic counts in that area were relatively about 50% at full build out with all projects around, including this project. It's only about 50% of what the capacity of the street is built to operate with. We quickly looked at it in-house just to see, how it would look if everybody from that subdivision, from this project, decided to go down Sunnyside and not anywhere else at this, and did it all at the same time. Using that analysis, we're still right about capacity for that road, so the road would still function under level of service condition. So the traffic calming device that you're talking about is really just to try and slow down speeds.
Right.
And the county has done some speed studies through there, and the studies that they came up with was at the 85 percentile, which is 85% of the people traveling down the road, or about 3 miles an hour over the speed limit, which is really good. Because typically, if you go about 5 miles over, it's considered okay. So there really is low speeding along Sunnyside. So the traffic calming device would probably help people at that intersection of Teague as far as getting onto Sunnyside. But it's also in the county, so it would be something that the county would need to be involved with if that was a route you wanted to go as far as making that a condition.
Yeah, I think that would, that would be a condition that I would be proposing. That's all I have for now on traffic.
I had a question on traffic. Going back to what you were just saying, that it was 3 miles per hour over, how did you get to that number?
The county did a speed study in the area.
Okay. And did they also do like a vehicle count in that area?
Yes.
Okay. When did they do the vehicle count? Because it's been closed for some time too.
I think I have it here somewhere. December?
Mm-hmm. December of 23.
There you go.
I have one additional street traffic question. As Councilmember Bessinger was referencing Sunnyside south of Shepherd, I know there's also concerns for traffic patterns out of this development going north. And the fact that Sunnyside does not directly connect to Beeheimer, what's the intent for Sunnyside north of Shepherd in terms of being a direct connection to Beeheimer for people heading to the north and northwest from that development?
According to the traffic study, Ambrose could probably jump into this if he wants to, but it's considered that most traffic would go down Shepherd Avenue and not through the developments to the north.
aside from that, is there intention or plan to connect Sunnyside North all the way to Beheimer?
No, at this time, according to the general plan, that's considered a local road going up to, Perrin, and north of there is just a driveway to, 3 residences.
Can I, to Diane's point, the schools that are gonna be servicing this neighborhood are Riverview, Granite, and Clovis North. If I'm taking my child there, and I can go up Sunnyside for Perrin to connect to both Clovis Avenue and Beheimer, when Clovis Avenue goes to Beheimer, that's the route I'm gonna take. I'm not gonna get on Shepherd. I don't agree with the assessment that people are gonna go down there. Plus, that also gives, it relieves the intersection at Shepherd and Sunnyside and Clovis and Shepherd and even Fowler from all of that traffic, because one of the concerns that the neighbors were talking about were people taking the route through the neighborhood and coming out on Ticonderoga, which would be a mess if you had that many people out there. So obviously this is not part of that discussion, but when that comes forward, I'm gonna be pushing real hard for Perrin to be some type of road that we can at least get to Clovis Avenue and then go north from there.
Anything else? So maybe, doesn't sound like there's future discussion on water. We've touched on it. If anybody has any other questions now, is that what I'm hearing from you, George?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you had some questions regarding water, now's the time.
So why don't we, if there are any water questions, and then we can, wherever it'll take us after that.
Water question? I have water questions.
Okay.
The proposed area is outside FID. Is it in Garfield or International? Or is it in neither?
Neither.
It's in neither. Okay. As part of this plan, are we bringing recycled water in?
Eventually, yeah, with this project, it would be conditioned to put in the pipes for it, but, we would eventually have to connect over to Shepherd and Temperance to get recycled in the area. So Mitchell plan would be to have it in the area, and if it's city maintained, there's a good likelihood we'd have recycled water.
So that'd be sometime in the future?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the EIR, they talked about the groundwater recharge of that area, and I think this is maybe where Ken comes in, or I'm not real sure. With the orchard being taken out and the ag wells that have been deactivated, conceivably you would think that would improve the situation, but I've had conversations with the people who live in Quail Run who think that it's actually deteriorated because they're not doing the deep watering of the trees and percolation. So I want to get a comment on that. And also, in the event, and obviously this is not for the discussion tonight, but in the event that the Quail Run people get access to Clovis City water, which will be down the road, has there been any thought about putting at least one ponding basin in that new area to help with percolation? Or is it such bad soil that would be worthless?
I'll let Ken answer these questions. I could take a stab, but since he's here, I think it'd be better.
Okay.
You're getting up to my, bedtime.
We hear you on that. We're all with you on that.
Let's see, we believe that the overall, process of, not pumping the irrigation wells anymore, and there's been some comments that, that the project uses water from the FID, but they're outside of the Fresno Irrigation District. And, I've been involved with the city of, Fresno, Clovis, FID for, over 50 years, and, there's only one place where they've taken water out for irrigation out of the FID, and it's to the Copper River Ranch in Aloisi, where they had a ditch called the Phillips Ditch that went out of the enterprise. That's the only place they ever served outside, and that had to do with some historical things. So we think it's beneficial to not pump the irrigation wells. As far as recharge, most of the recharge is already occurring from dry creek seepage and seepage out of the reservoir. And once these irrigation wells aren't pumping this 400 acre feet per year, then there'll be more of this water available, and I don't think there would be a need to recharge. The rural residential areas are a little bit difficult. We have a process now called Sigma, where you've got to become kind of independent, not rely on somebody else. And, for example, when we do for the Fresno County a evaluation of a new development, we have to show that it's a net zero water. It means if you've got a consumption, you're going to balance it with something. So like a rural residential, the inside water use ends up going into septic tanks and is recharged. And the consumptive use has got to do with the outside water use. And the only way you can balance this outside water use in rural residential everything is to recharge enough storm runoff, your own storm runoff, not somebody else's, your own storm runoff, and that ought to be the goal. I'm sure in Sigma that, they're going to be dealing with these rural residential areas. Many of them are greatly over-irrigating. If you drive around and see some of these mansions and 5-acre lots or 2.5-acre lots and all kinds of irrigation there, that is not going to be consistent with Sigma, because that is overdrafting. So that's where we are. We think the overall thing will be beneficial to quit pumping the irrigation wells. Then they'll have more access, these lands around here, to the recharge from the dry creek and the reservoir, which is the main sources of recharge.
Thank you. Apologize for the late hour. Are there other questions about Drew, about water?
Just a real quick follow-up, Ken. If the stormwater from this project was collected and stored on site, would that help the Quail Run people with their wells and percolation?
It would benefit the area that's to the northwest. The way the groundwater flows is from east to west, so the Shenandoah Ranch and area to the east would not really be benefited, but the land to the northwest could be. I'm suggesting that when you deal with Sigma in the future, you've got to balance your own thing, not rely on somebody else's. In other words, they ought to be recharging storm runoff in their subdivision, individual with dry wells or whatever.
Yeah, I was out there today. There are people who, they've dug their own areas out and they have storm water sitting in them. So to your point, that's correct. Thank you.
Other water questions?
Yeah. I wanted to ask Heather with Provost. I'm pretty sure she's on the line. Yeah. Heather, do you concur, or just in reading Mr. Schmidt's analysis with regards to flow and recharge and with the farming operations being closed, that with sort of his general conclusions, or do you concur with that? I know you analyze if there's enough water, and I think that's not the issue, so I just wanted to see what your opinion was.
Good evening. I apologize. My sound cut out just as you started asking your question. Could you repeat your question for me?
Sure. I don't know if you've read Mr. Schmidt's report. I wanted to see if you guys, as water experts as well, do you concur with the analysis that has been presented that the farm operations, with it being no longer in use, there's actually better water resources underground, and not only that, it's really from Big Dry Creek that most of the water percolates, or it goes underneath, you know, much quicker. In other words, it flows down much quicker than the actual just farming on it.
Sure, thank you for repeating
That
that.
makes sense.
I didn't get the chance to read Mr. Schmidt's report, but I did speak via another person in my office about the conclusions he drew, and then listening to him now, and I would concur. He obviously is a very well-regarded, knowledgeable expert in the area, but it's also substantiated by some other methods of thought, just based on the fact that water for the project won't be pumped directly under the project any longer. So there's some benefit to the local aquifer there. But yeah, short answer is I would concur with what Mr. Schmidt said.
Thank you, Heather.
Anything else? I just asked for the air to go off and it magically went off. I'm like magic. I know, I'd say that, you didn't even get up. That was so impressive. All right, let us know if it gets too warm in here, but my goodness, it's cold in here. All right, so thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Any other water questions? I think you, would like to go home. I don't blame you. Anything else? All right, so I think we're good. Thank you so much for staying. Right. Appreciate you being here. Thanks. All right, George, now take us home.
Will do.
That doesn't look like home, George. We're not quite there. I'm just kidding. Keep going.
Regarding Sunnyside Avenue, the project is conditioned to fully build out Sunnyside north of Shepherd Avenue, and that's identified in blue on the screen here. It's important also to note that there will be traffic added to Sunnyside Avenue south of Shepherd Avenue, and that's the area identified in green in this map from Shepherd to Nees. However, for the record, we want to make it clear that per the traffic study, currently Sunnyside Avenue in this stretch right here gets 4.2 vehicles per minute in the peak hour. When you add the project, a full build out, that project will add 1.3 vehicles per minute in the peak hour. Furthermore, when you look at the full build outs of the general plan and the adjacent projects, it will plus the project, it will increase this to 10.6 vehicles per minute in the peak hour. The threshold for mitigation to be considered is 21.8 cars per minute. We're just not there yet to justify the mitigations. To trigger the mitigation, the 2022 traffic needs to increase by 5 times. The 2046 traffic with the project needs to increase 2 times. The report also provided a list of roadway segments that will operate at a unsatisfactory LOS under the cumulative post-project section, and Sunnyside north of Shepherd is one of those, and that's why it's going to be improved. Sunnyside south of Shepherd is not listed. Therefore, no changes to Sunnyside south of Shepherd are being proposed. The traffic impact analysis just provided no evidence to support any changes to Sunnyside Avenue south of Shepherd. Based on this analysis, staff concurs with the conclusions and findings in the traffic study. Now, regarding Shepherd Avenue, there was a comment at one point.
Just as a, it's not really a question, it's more of a statement. I agree with the peak hour assessment of the traffic study. I think human nature tells me something else for non-peak hours, for shopping hours. I think Sunnyside is gonna get a significantly higher, traffic count, because of people going back and forth to Walmart or to Sprouts or wherever. So I'm still thinking that we, as good neighbors, need to do something, if we approve this project, to Sunnyside South.
I was just gonna that's what I was gonna say. It's sort of hard to imagine that data, I mean, not that the data's not true, but I mean, we get a lot of complaints about Sunnyside anyway. So to think that we would do all this development up there and then still people traveling south, it'll still be good, or I think the hard thing about these traffic studies is reconciling people's personal experience with the data. It's not what I experience, right? If I live out there, I'm not experiencing, gee, it's okay and it won't be any worse. So I think that seems, I agree with Drew. That's a little bit hard to reconcile in our mind. Because the story I tell is over by Costco, when we put in the new Costco in Clovis Avenue, which is on my side of town, I said, I'll never cut through that neighborhood. I do it all the time, and I feel terrible because I said, nobody will do that. They'll just go right up Santa Ana. It won't even be a problem. That's not how people drive. So I think that's right about that stretch. But we can come back to revisit Shepherd Avenue. But anyway, go ahead.
With the county representative here, does he have any statement with regards to that section, that we're not doing anything with any future plans at all, or are you able to disclose anything to us at the time?
You press that button, the red or the green light will come on. Or the red light.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hector Leno with Fresno County. Sunnyside Avenue, we are proposing to put traffic calming measures there. Right now, we're in discussions to put in a bump out at the intersection of Sunnyside and Teague. The county's working on designs right now for that particular intersection to work within the confines of the right-of-way. And additionally, we're proposing to put electronic speed signs along Sunnyside Avenue. And then I believe in the MOU that you're gonna review today has a line in there where the city's gonna start enforcing traffic along Sunnyside Avenue between Nees and Shepherd. So that'll help out the neighborhood as far as speed is concerned. And Wilson Homes is helping contribute funding for this bump out as well. So, any questions?
Thanks.
And then what about anything north of Shepherd, whether it's Sunnyside or, let's see, where Perrin connects to, I think it's Clovis turns into Barron out there. Is there anything that's going to connect those areas aside from getting out to Fowler? Anything that will connect those directly to Beeheimer?
The county has no plans on doing that. In the future, that might be in the city of Clovis, the way Clovis is expanding, but we don't have any plans for that at this time.
Diane, I can answer that question. There is another project that Wilson has to the table right now that would connect Barron to Beeheimer. A separate project from this one.
No, I just appreciated that update. Yeah, that really helps us understand what's going on there because it's your street.
No problem. Thank you. You're welcome to take it.
I don't think you have a lot of takers for that right this second. Thank you for being here. All right.
Regarding Shepherd Avenue, there was a concern that the road will remain a two-lane road between Sunnyside and Shepherd, but the project is conditioned to fully build out Shepherd Avenue to a four-lane with a center median. And just for reference, so north is on this side, so the proposed project is here, and the south side and the rural residential properties are on this side. So adjacent to the project, you will have the trail with landscaping, which is approximately 30 feet wide, the 4 lanes with the median and bike lanes on both sides. And on the south side, you do have also another 12-foot trail with some landscaping as well. And just to give you a little bit more description here, so, and I'm talking about the trail on the south side, Shepherd. So it will go from the corner all the way to the east side of the 4th rural residential property here, and we'll stop here. And the city will acquire, through grants, funds to do a pedestrian bridge and connect to the existing trail along the Enterprise Canal. Furthermore, at this location, the project is conditioned to, build out a sidewalk adjacent to Sunnyside to the corner. So both the south side and the north side with the trail will be completed.
I have a question on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
So on the South Side Trail, have we talked with the county residents about putting a trail through their front yard?
Yes, we have a staff member in our engineering department who has been in communication with the 4 property owners.
And are they in agreement with this, or are there opposition to it? Because, I mean, that particular area right there, I mean, there's already been a lot that's happened. You know, I mean, they had to block off the back of their homes, right? When that was because people took advantage of the situation of allowing the trail to go through their homes.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're gonna build another sidewalk and a trail that's larger than the trail on the other side to go through the front of their property. So, which is gonna increase the amount of traffic and people they have going through their front yards, not to mention them driving out of their driveways, getting onto the roadway, you know, the additional traffic conditions and dangers that that's gonna present, for them as well. So, I don't know, I just think that's I don't know, the 4 houses there, I mean, what did they say?
Go ahead.
I don't know exactly what they said. I know from our staff person was Ryan Burnett, who spoke with them. He said there wasn't any major opposition to it. A lot of them wanted to know what everybody else was thinking, but no major opposition that I'm aware of. There could be some.
That is not real convincing.
But as far as you saying not putting a trail, we'd still have a sidewalk there. So there would be pedestrians walking through there. Whether or not it was wide enough to have more capacity is the big question. This trail does give a lot of opportunities for people along the Enterprise Canal to have another location to get to the trailhead at Sunnyside and Shepherd. Without doing that, it does kind of prevent that from happening, which has been a big issue in this area since we closed the trail or closed the availability to walk along the Enterprise Canal.
I still think there's a lot of dangers there. You know, if I'm living in that home and we've made this an accessible trail with, you know, the people who are riding their electric bikes, bicycles, strollers, and everything else, I don't know. I know it's part of the project and it's put in here, but, you know, and I know we want to connect the trail, but I just don't think it's, one, I don't think it's safe, and 2, I don't think it's fair to the residents that live there. So, as far as being a good neighbor as we build these things, that's my thoughts.
And see, it may not happen if they don't want to do it, and then we have a little blue dots for dashed lines and take you nowhere. All right, anything else on this?
George, where you said the proposed bridge is from Shepherd, from that point to Fowler, will it look like the schematic all the way through? Is it the 2 sidewalks end here? Remember that cross section you had? Does it look like that all the way to Fowler?
No, from the pedestrian bridge to Fowler, it will go from a trail, it will go from a 12-foot wide to, anywhere from 5 to 8 foot wide sidewalk.
Sidewalks, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'm almost done, I promise.
I'm starting not to believe you, and I try to believe you always.
This exhibit just shows the existing condition of Shepherd Avenue on the north side here. And I just want to pay close attention to the sharp curve here. If the project is approved, this is how it potentially will look like, 4 lanes with a center median, and it will soften that curve right in the middle. And in regards to staff's evaluation and recommendation for the project, our ultimate recommendation is based on what you see here on the screen. It provides a diversity of housing types for our community. It's a quality residential environment. The project will not substantially impact public services, including sewer and water. It will help the city meet the RENA inventory requirements. It provides additional open space, including a neighborhood park. It helps meet the required entitlement findings. It improves Shepherd Avenue, and also improves the community trails in the area. And on this last one, I just wanted to go a little bit further in. On a personal note, you know, I do have two children. I have an 11-year-old and a 3-year-old, and we ourselves enjoy using the trails. I think Clovis is known very well for the walkability of trails, the healthy lifestyle that a lot of our citizens choose to follow. And here, I just want to show you two specific traffic pedestrian counts along the trail, just to show how much of these are needed. In October of last year, at the trailhead, so here's Sunnyside and Shepherd, just south of the entrance, the estimated weekly visitors here were just over 3,000 folks. The monthly estimate, over 13,000. And the annual estimate, it's just an amazing number, over 190,000 folks use this portion of the trail. So that's just one side. The other one I wanted to bring attention to was the trail along the Enterprise Canal at Fowler and Armstrong. Fowler and Shepherd. The weekly estimate here is just over 800 folks. Monthly, over 3,600. Annually, over 52,000 folks use it. And when we're talking about what benefit is this project bringing to the community, at least from the aspect of recreational, healthy lifestyle living, you know, more open space, it's providing that critical link right in the middle, where folks will be able to walk in a safe manner and effective manner, even to the meat market, if they choose to, and walk back to their homes, and perhaps choose to walk or bike instead of getting in their vehicle and driving. So that's one aspect of a benefit, you know, to the community that I can point out.
George, where are trail users going right now? Because there's no connection. I don't go up that way, so I don't know. Are they going on Shepherd? Are they going on the south side of the canal? How are they connecting right now?
Go ahead.
Do you know?
I think we could assume, just from what we've seen, that a lot of them are trying to go along Shepherd Avenue, which is pretty dangerous.
Okay.
There's like a shoulder, right? They're just probably running
Just
or
using
walking
that
there.
dirt.
And there might even be some people that are hopping fences going along the canal. I'm not aware if they are, but that could be happening.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're not kidding. This isn't like you're not joking.
No,
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. A little levity is required at this moment. Okay.
And finally, just requesting that council take action independently, separately, for each item this evening, and approve each component of the proposed project.
Okay, we've asked lots of questions along the way, so.
I'll be quiet when they speak, but this is my maybe last question.
No such thing. Go ahead.
George, the site-specific service plan and the conditions talk about wastewater and how there are sewer mains that will have to be put in that new stretch. Talk about that and why that's required, and what is that going to do, and why is that being required?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah, I think there's conditions, but the site-specific service plan talks about Shepherd Avenue, install 15-inch main between North Sunnyside, North Fowler, Shepherd Avenue, install between North, 16-inch, 15, 16, and then an 8 force main, all that kind of stuff. Is that just, they have to do that because they're building that out, or they're building it all the way across? What's going on?
Yes. So essentially, this road hasn't been built yet, and they'd be required to put in all the utilities under the road. This is a section of Shepherd that still has 2 force mains for sewer and a gravity sewer line that needs to be installed for the build out of the sewer system.
And is that for their development, or is that for Heritage Grove?
That is, the forest mains would be for their development in Heritage Grove, because they would essentially gravity flow towards the west, and those forest mains would bring them back to the east.
Okay, so they're helping connect Heritage Grove
Correct.
to all the way to Fowler as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
To those of you fanning yourself, we'll turn the air back on. It gets hot and cold in here. All right, any other questions for staff at the moment? Thank you. I respectfully making levity about your presentation, but it was very good. It was very thorough. It was very helpful. We answered a lot of questions along the way in kind of an orderly fashion, so thank you for that. All right, now, we'll open the public portion, and we'll invite the applicant to speak. We haven't had a meeting like this in a pretty long time. Do we want to take a little break? Are we good, like 5 minutes to make sure your blood circulates? Is there blood not circulating? What? 5-minute stretch? Just 5 minutes, because what do they say about adult learners? You can only absorb what your bottom can absorb. Your brain can only absorb what your seat can endure. So let's have 5-minute stretch, come back at 8:23. Don't go far. 10 minutes, yeah. All right, we're calling out for pizza at 10 o'clock if we're still doing this. All right, let's resume the meeting. Apologies for the length, but important foundation. And my humor is really just out of love. I love this local government stuff, but Scott, I told George that his presentation was almost as long as your 2.5-hour Brown Act education. So, and that isn't a standard to aspire to, is what I told him. So anyway, we got through it. So now we're going to open the public portion. We're going to do 10 minutes with Mr. Pushel, it looks like, and the applicant to begin. And then we will hear from the neighbors, or however you've organized yourself in any kind of presentation way. And each of those are 5 minutes. And we'll do general public comment, and we'll see what time it is when we're done. Dirk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Dirk Pushel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness here in Fresno. And with me this evening is Todd Wilson, principal of Wilson Homes, and the rest of the project team. In 2005, Wilson Homes acquired a financial interest in the Spenceley property for a partnership that intended to develop the site with homes. Since 2018, Wilson Homes has had complete ownership of the property and has worked without interruption to develop the site as a quality, market rate, practically affordable planned development typical of the Wilson Homes' excellent building record. George has already talked about the buffers and central open space areas, so I'm not going to get into that. I can tell you that we did place the larger, most expensive product, around the rural residential neighborhoods. We also have more specific information about distances from those homes, and they range anywhere from, I think the closest, as George mentioned, was about 100 feet, as far as 472 feet, which is the closest on the eastern side, 114 on the north, and about 241 on the furthest east. We did that intentionally to try to create natural buffers. We've also will construct a solid masonry wall along the perimeter of the site, although not required. The transition of the larger homes was also intentionally designed to create a buffer. In consultation with City Fire and the planning staff, we eliminated the access point onto Perrin, which George mentioned, which eliminated the potential for access in that area. We will be extending water, sewer, fire protection utilities proximate to the rural residential projects to the north, making future connections substantially less costly if that is desired. For example, the project will construct a 24-inch water main along Sunnyside to Heirloom and to Perrin Avenues. We've used roads and landscape buffers to create buffering from our neighbors. We will be constructing a 5.5 acres of open space, and as George has mentioned to you, we'll be constructing trails that not only serve our site, but regionally. Project bike lanes will accommodate neighborhood electric vehicles. We will create a master plan community so that all 3 of the subdivisions will be under a master homeowners association, and there is empirical data that homeowners associations produce higher resale values, but also lower maintenance and have meaningful aesthetic controls. The projects will be gated. Project circulation was specifically designed to limit access on Stanford, Ticonderoga, and Fowler Avenues. The project staff report and much of the testimony you've heard this evening details the project's consistency with the general plan. I should say that that was one of the primary considerations for the development of the project goals. Will the project be consistent with your housing element and the other general plan policies? You'll be reviewing that housing element soon, and some of the findings of that housing element are quite startling. That the city has a projected growth of 23.8% by 2050, that Clovis residents, according to your verbal survey, want the availability of housing that the average person can afford. Housing element goal H11 requires the production of approximately 8,077 new housing units in the next 8 years. Wilson Homes has demonstrated that proposed site is an appropriate location for development that will contribute to the city's housing commitment. The city specifically mentioned this project as a contribution to meeting its housing needs and the housing element update. The project is also consistent with your housing element that requires we provide a variety of housing types. We've already discussed the three different types that will be built out. The perimeter of the project that will be adjacent to the rural residential will be at a density of 4.5 units to the acre, or about a quarter of the required target densities mandated by the state. The Regent Park homes will sell for about $500,000 up to $700,000. George mentioned smart growth multiple times this evening. And there's history with smart growth that was really an outshoot of the landscape of choice that the city of Clovis adopted some years ago. And it talks about, not only in smart growth, but also landscape of choice. The biggest barrier to meeting the housing needs is to remove the barriers to housing production so that you can build those 8,077 homes. The general plan also has other policies relative to these types of projects. It asks for orderly and sustainable growth. We are surrounded by urban development. It is sustained by the various housing types. Quality single-family developments have positive economic multiplier effect on commercial businesses that directly benefit city finances. It's consistent with the city and the county's growth direction. Wilson Homes and others have successfully developed around Clovis rural residential home sites for the last 35 years, a record of orderly and sustainable growth. It wasn't called smart growth years ago, but looking back, projects that slightly increase densities prove that they can be attractive and sustainable. 35 years ago, Wilson Homes developed the Dominion at slightly less than 7 units to the acre. 20 years ago, Wathen, Castanos, and Wilson in a partnership developed the Harlan Ranch at 7.3 units to the acre. And there's a Wathen Castanos project at the southwest corner of Fowler and Shepherd that George referred to. It's about 200 feet south of this property. It was developed in 2004 with one product at about 7.4 units per the acre, immediately adjacent to rural residential lots. 20 years later, the European Quarter and Marketplace project, at its inception, appeared to threaten rural residential owners, is an attractive, nicely integrated component to this city. Your general plan also talks about financial and fiscal stability. The project will pay approximately $24 million in city, public safety, school, and regional transportation air district fees, or about $40,000 a house. $1.28 million in regional transportation fees, which will pay for some of the infrastructure that we talked about this evening. I mentioned to you earlier that we will also implement a homeowners association, which will lessen the city's burden to certain enforcement activities. We are consistent with those smart growth policies that ask that the city provide a balance between the irrational mandates for high density with slight increases in target density of 6 to 8 units to the acre. So smart growth talks about densities between 6 and 8 units to the acre. This project is at 7.7. The project is surrounded by urban uses, so it's consistent with your infill policies. Also, infrastructure is available to accommodate the project. One of your primary general plan goals seeks to complete streets and the transportation network that prioritizes effective continuity. You've heard about for the last hour how the project will construct major streets, particularly Shepherd Avenue, and connect trailways that are so important to the community. On Shepherd Avenue, we will complete the curb gutter, sidewalk, undergrounding of utilities, including the construction of bike lanes and availability for electric vehicles. The value of those improvements are approximately $5 million. As part of the approval project, the city's performed a municipal service review, which is mandated by the state to update and confirm adequate infrastructure are available to serve the site. We will build sewer force mains from Sunnyside to Fowler, which is required to continue the Heritage Grove projects. We will extend non-potable water from Sunnyside to Fowler that will eventually provide reclaimed water for the use in public landscaping for the entire Heritage Grove area, ultimately to be served in this area as well. In response to discussions with Sunnyside Avenue neighbors, Wilson Homes has voluntarily agreed to pay a fee directly to Fresno County of $162,000 that will be used specifically for Sunnyside Avenue traffic calming improvements as determined by the county. In conclusion, we are consistent with all general plan criteria, including smart growth and infill standards with corresponding community benefits. We provide a mixture of housing types, a mixture of sizes and densities that collectively address local housing demand. The project provides for much-needed infrastructure to the area by improving traffic circulation while removing public safety obstacles and extending water for future connection by rural residential homeowners if desired. It creates no financial burden to the city or other agencies and provides a practical and attractive alternative to state-mandated higher densities while being consistent with city development policies. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me.
That was 2 seconds short of 10 minutes. Very nice. Thank you very much. You were talking a little faster than you normally do, but thank you. Thank you for that, Dirk. Are there questions for Mr. Puschel?
Dirk, the middle portion of the development, is that the Cetrea, homes? The ones that's not gated?
It's
Is it
actually,
Regent Park? Okay.
it's actually at the very, very top along Heirloom. There's like, I believe, 69 lots.
Oh, it's all Regent Park, okay.
Yeah, 69 lots that will be served by a public street. All of the other streets will be private streets.
That is Regent Park.
Regent.
How is parking in that product, in that will there be a lot of parking on that street that is entering Heirloom? Can you answer that?
I don't know if I'm the right
Because
one to talk about parking.
that is the only section that is not in an HOA, I'm assuming.
Yes, but that's
Yeah.
the public streets. You'll have parking, I believe, on both sides.
Parking both sides? Okay. That was my question. And then we'll have three different homeowners associations enforcing.
Three different, but there'll be a master HOA that's gonna kind of coordinate them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
At the Dominion.
I have a question, Dirk, and maybe George can help you out, but George mentioned earlier, and you repeated it, about adding to the diversity of housing types. In honor of Harry, with all due respect, there's a lot of this in Clovis. It's beautiful and lovely, but describe for me why this adds to the diversity of housing types in Clovis. George or Dirk?
Because I believe that each one of these products was designed to address a certain market segment. So the elevation product, for example, is different than Cetrea or Regent Park. Different price points, but also different lifestyles. If you've been in the elevations homes, they have a very small backyard, but they're really well built. And you'd be surprised how many doctors and lawyers and nurses prefer that lifestyle. They don't want to have a larger yard. And then as we move up to Cetrea, we go to a 50 by 76 yard, and then our Regent Park 50 by 105. So each one of these market segments try to capture people that want to live in Clovis and in this area.
And in terms of our arena, how does this help beyond volume? It's certainly not affordable or low, it's not affordable by all those state definitions of affordable housing. How does this help our regional housing element beyond volume of places to live, which is a thing?
Yeah, and I'll look for Dave Merchant to help me address that to you, if you could.
So every housing element, including both the fifth cycle that we're currently under and the sixth cycle that we're working on having adopted, has a RHNA inventory that we need to plan for. We tend to focus on the low income category, which requires us to plan for high density. But every inventory, as we'll see later tonight, if we get through this or when we get through this, every inventory also has to plan for moderate and above moderate units with specific numbers. So although it's less difficult for us to meet that burden, we do have to plan for a specific number of moderate and above moderate units, and that's where this would fall.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I thought, but we speak about the RHNA most often in affordable and the lower income category. So
correct.
This is not that. This is the moderate workforce kind of housing, teacher, nurse, et cetera, yeah?
Yes, most likely this will be, I think we have this all planned as above moderate, but depending on the price points, it may end up coming in as moderate.
Okay. And then one more question, Dirk. Can you speak to the, in your mind's eye, how you envision the integration of Quail Run with these properties? Just visually and how you all approach that, and it's more of an esoteric question, but can you just speak to so if I'm driving up Sunnyside, am I gonna go, oh, there's all these new houses and then there's this existing neighborhood and there's just no connection, can you just talk philosophically about that for a second?
I think we've tried, to develop the site consistent with its own internal, 3 different products, and to create buffers that created kind of a rural atmosphere to the extent we can.
Okay.
We don't have pedestrian pathways into the development. There's no roadways into the development. I don't think that was I'm sure that's not something they wanted. You know, if the world was perfect, maybe we'd have those kind of things, but it's not perfect.
What? That's kind of a news flash. I didn't know that. All right, fair enough. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it very much. And you may return at the end if you feel like you want to clear up any points that we hear. So now the 5 to 8, however, the number of neighbors to present may do that. Todd, I'm sorry.
There's people here to speak in favor of the project too.
What? No, I know that. Okay, can staff help me out?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may. So we did receive slides from some community members. I'm not sure if they're for or against. The first person that submitted slides was Mr. Patrick Mana. If he's available, he can make a presentation.
So let me do this. So presenting slides doesn't mean you're for. So if other people are here, let's do for, and then we'll do people in opposition. Is that fair? So anyway, I'm sorry, I was just trying to follow the flow of the stuff. So are there neighbors, or not neighbors, folks in the audience who wish to speak in favor of this item? Come on down. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jim Edwards. My wife and I own Best Framing, which is located at 7893 Archie Avenue in Fresno. And I'd like to speak in favor. Thank you for letting me speak in favor of this project. We have been working in the Clovis area residential projects for at least 20 years. A lot of it has been for Wilson. We have 160 employees. A lot of those guys live in Clovis, and I'd just like to respectfully urge you to do the right thing for Clovis and approve this project. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Questions? Thank you. Others? Sorry again, Todd, I didn't mean to overlook that.
Hi, my name is Jake Kellum. I am one of the owners of Cal Custom Tile. I'm here in support of the Wilson project as well. I want to start off by thanking you for letting me come and speak on, really for my employees and their families. So we employ roughly, usually, just over 150 employees, a lot of which live in Clovis. I live in Clovis. I've lived in Clovis my whole life. I went to Clovis High. I met my wife at Clark Intermediate School. She's the principal of Clovis Elementary. I've coached high school sports at Clovis High, Clovis North, Clovis East. And I went away to college, and literally the day that I took my last final at Sacramento State, my truck was loaded, and I knew I wanted to be here. And there's a sign hanging in Old Town Clovis. It's a way of life. And that's what was important to me, just like it was important to my dad when he brought me here when I was young, to raise my family here. And really this project is going to allow a lot of other people to make the same decision that my dad made and that I made, to be here, to want to be a part of Clovis for lots of reasons. Whether it's Clovis Unified School District, Clovis Police Department, Clovis Fire Department, the Clovis Rodeo, Old Town Clovis. The Clovis City Council. The local government that still has the same values that we do. That's all, it all ties into it. But really what it comes down to is just the way of life. So a lot of us are gonna speak on the same stuff. Yes, we have 150 employees now, usually a little more, that rely on a partnership with Wilson Homes that has gone on for over 30 years. We've done every house that Wilson Homes has built for the last 30 years, we've worked in. And they are a large percentage of our work. We do work for some other builders as well. But in the past, when we hit hard times before, whether it was Leo or Todd, their leadership got us through that. So as a business owner, we rely on Wilson Homes to keep our employees working and to enable us to provide to our employees just the potential to, or the opportunity to experience the way of life. We advertise it. Really today, I just humbly ask that you guys do what's right for our employees and Clovis residents and support this project as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Jay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So a lot of your employees are probably working in the trades.
Yes.
And so are these price points something in which the workforce that is in the trade, something that they can afford?
I would say some.
Okay.
My company, we kind of have two parts of our company. We do tile countertops, tile showers, tile floors, stuff like that. We also do solid surface countertops. There are employees that work for us that make more money than I do as an owner. So we are a very specialized kind of trade that is fortunate. We're fortunate enough to give the opportunity to our employees to live a great lifestyle. So yes, we do have employees that live in Wilson Homes. I know Regents, which are kind of the higher end of these. I'm not sure about Citria and Elevations. But yeah, I mean, we want all our employees to buy homes, and I want them to buy them from Wilson, from Wathen, from whoever. But all of them are just wanting the same things that brought a lot of us here, that brought my dad here, that brought me back here. It's just to be a part of this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Others to speak?
Hello?
Hi.
Cool.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Forgive me if I may stumble on my words. The last time I was in front of a mic was at a karaoke bar, 5 margaritas deep. So if
This is not that, for sure. Don't
no,
break
this
into
is definitely
song.
more a professional setting. So I got my suit. So, ladies and gentlemen of the Clovis City Council, my name is Dylan Robinson, of Sierra Fire Protection, 12864 East Paul Avenue. And I'm actually a second-generation business owner. As a proud resident of Clovis and a dedicated member of our community, I stand before you today with sincere conviction, integrity, and no malicious intent to our opposition. I offer you my honor and respect for your tenacity to be here just as us. Our city is built on values of progress, inclusivity, and opportunity. Values that have been upheld by, sorry, excuse me, let me read.
Just think karaoke bar. It'll all come back to you. Just think that.
Do we have eagles? Anyway, sorry, let me recoup. These values have been upheld by generations of hardworking individuals such as myself, my fellow builders, and also my father, who's been here since he started the company in 1979, spanning over 45 years. And I would love to keep doing that for not only myself, but my family and my upcoming son. 1 month away. So God help me. By allowing us to continue our work, you're not just approving another development. You're supporting the livelihoods of hundreds of local families, including my own. And each home we build creates jobs, stimulates our economy, and strengthens the fabric of our community. However, beyond the economics, there's a deeper issue at stake here. California is facing a housing crisis, I'm sure we all know. And by blocking this development, we're only perpetuating the issue. affordable housing is not just a luxury, it's a necessity and arguably a fundamental right for every individual and hardworking family in California. Clovis is known for its pride, its resilience, and its sense of community. Let us not be remembered as a city that turned its back on its own people, but as one that embraced progress, embraced opportunity, and embraced its future. I urge you to consider the bigger picture, to think of the families who will benefit from these homes, the children who will grow up in them, and the generations that will call Clovis their own. Let us continue to build not just houses, but prosperity and a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that bar experience paid off. Your dad will be proud.
I know it's getting late, so I'm going to go super quick, too. My name is Chris Falk. I've lived in Clovis for the last 40 years. I'm one of the owners at Cabinet Connection, the new building on 53 West Herndon that the City Council helped us approve. And so I'm here to speak in behalf of Wilson. We've been doing business with them for almost 40 years that we've been in business. They've been one of our longest time customers. We have now 150 employees. Thankfully, due to local builders, our business has strived even through COVID. They continue to build. The other gentleman said when times were slow, there's some kind of infill project or something that they always come to fruition for us and allow us to continue to provide cabinets or woodwork or something to keep us busy. So they've been a real loyal trade partner for us, and I just ask the council to consider this project as moving forward with more sustainable housing for our employees and for the local people of Clovis.
Thank you. Thanks for choosing Clovis. I was at your groundbreaking, so it's hard to believe it's been 4 years.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's nice to see you doing well.
We love Clovis.
Yeah, great. Excellent. Thank you so much. Of course, come on over here.
I tend to talk a lot, so I wrote it down.
Oh, I don't ever have that problem. Go ahead. Would you move the mic a little closer to your, thank you, there you go.
Okay. My name is Cindy Cantu, and I'm a resident of that intersection. I live right at Shepherd and Clovis Avenue, so I am a resident there, but I'm also a contractor. And in the last 6 years, I just went back 6 years. In the last 6 years, I've been lucky enough to be awarded 219 jobs in the city of Clovis. We have 240 employees at our company, and those employees count on that work to feed 1,400 people. That's one company. Wilson Homes, they have so many trade partners. You just heard numbers. These are just a few. Every single one of the developers that we work for, we have 31 developers just in the last 6 years in Clovis alone. Every one of those developers have numbers like that. They have trade partners like that. So I know this is an inconvenience. I know it might not look the same. Your neighborhoods might not look the same. This is so much bigger than that. This is about feeding people and creating shelter for people. It really is. So if we want to grow our community and we want to grow Clovis as a whole, we don't really have a choice but to do this. And what better option is there to put Wilson Homes in? I live in a Wilson home. It's a great choice. So that's really all I want to say.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name's Tim Azevedo. I'm with Landscape Development, 541 North DeWitt. We have another 100 families that are fed from these projects that Wilson does here in Clovis, and we've been working with them for over a decade, and we're just here to support this project and hope that it moves forward.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Wilson project. I live over on Clovis Avenue in Shepherd, and it'd be nice to see those trails happen. A lot of the community members I noticed walk along those trails and along with my family, And so, I think it'd be a great extension to the neighborhood, as well as opening up a little bit more lanes along Shepherd. Having that, curve over there is a little dangerous, so having a little bit more space to drive along that, stretch would be great. I'm for this project.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Hello?
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Darren Oliver. My business address is 7181 Toll House Road in Clovis. My dad started our grading and paving business in 1975 in Clovis. We've been here ever since. And I'm speaking for this project. You all know with the state of California how hard it is to do business. And our business is a little different than a lot of others, where it takes us, you know, millions of dollars to buy the great big heavy earth moving equipment to keep up with today's mandates of air pollution and everything. And this is the first time in a long time that I can say half of our work, you know, not even half of our work is in the city of Clovis right now. Most of it's in surrounding towns. And I kind of see both ends of this because I'm also, I have 2.5 acres just right down the street, and the next project's going over towards the big dikes. That's going to be coming in on me, but I will be here speaking for the developers on that project also because we just have to move forward in Clovis. My wife's a school teacher at Riverview. All my kids have graduated from Clovis schools, and it's just a great place to live and a great place to be. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Josh Williams. Run a business out of 1323 Dayton Avenue in Clovis. I also live right here in Clovis off of Willow and Nees. Like most people here, Wilson Homes is a big part of our business and what keeps us alive and going. Fortunately, I feel like a small guy here with only 56 employees, but
It's not too late to grow.
but we're looking to grow that, and with Wilson's Homes, 4 years ago we started our company in Clovis with 14 guys. We're up to 56 now, and that's a big part of them and other developers in this area. My wife and I walk the trails all the time, and we come up to Clovis right there at the trailhead parking, we're dead end. So this is going to allow that opportunity to continue walking, like George says, to the meat market and get a fine sandwich. You know, so these developments are crucial in the north part of Clovis. And again, I have a 24-year-old daughter who is looking forward to buying a Wilson home in that neighborhood. So I appreciate the opportunity and hope that you guys pass this project.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you bet. All right, let us shift to those with concerns about this development. Now, what is the order you have worked out here?
So we received 5 slide decks from residents. We put those in order of when we received them, and Patrick Manaw was the first. If he's present, this is
right
the
here.
time to present the slides.
Hello. Okay. That's actually the best news I've heard all night. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so you're going to tell us your name,
Yes. Good evening.
and you're going to have to get 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay, you just lost 4 seconds because I was talking to you. Go.
Okay, all right, I'll go. So my name is Nathan George. I'm happy to be here. I'm the attorney from Remy Moose Manley on behalf of the Quail Run community of 18 homes.
Okay.
We submitted comment letters to you, to the Planning Commission back in November and then earlier this morning. One of the things that I think, so my firm, Remy Moose Manley, has been heavily involved in CEQA for almost 40 years now. And my firm and myself personally, the better part of our business is spent representing agency clients. So I think that gives us a unique perspective. I personally, represent agencies from the city of Weed all the way down to Imperial County. And the other attorneys at my firm, we do work all over the state. We represent a lot of applicants, a lot of agencies, and we also do this type of work. So when I approached this document, and, the residents here, are gonna talk about sort of the real-world impacts of this project. I'm gonna just talk about, the universe that I live in, which is CEQA. So when I approached my review of this document, I came at it with the perspective of, okay, if I was going to defend this, what are the things that would make me queasy? What would give me qualms? And so that was the focus of my comments in both letters. And I'm not going to rehash all of those. I'll save you guys the trouble of that. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of what I think are kind of key points. First off, the Mayor Pro Tem brought up, this idea of the lower density alternative. And that's something that I think is really key to, at least, the folks that I represent, is they understand that some sort of development is going to happen here. They just want it to be reasonable. And we think something, somewhere in between 150 and 600 or 800 might be reasonable. And the EIR doesn't look at that. So there's this sort of artificially small thing that you can easily dismiss, and then there's this much higher density that's obviously outrageous, and you can easily dismiss that. And so what you're left with is the project, but really, there's something else out there. There's a true medium density alternative that should have been analyzed. Another point that I wanted to raise, we talked a lot, you folks brought up a lot of questions about VMT, and, that is admittedly a really tricky issue, and particularly when you get out to more suburban and rural areas, as opposed to, highly urbanized areas. But under CEQA, that doesn't mean you can just point to significant and unavoidable and wave your problems away. So CEQA requires that when you, before you can adopt a statement of overriding considerations, you have to have truly analyzed and either dismissed as infeasible or adopted all feasible mitigation methods, whether they actually reduce the impacts to nothing or not. So if you have some mitigation that you could adopt and it would make the problem slightly better, but not completely eliminate it, CEQA requires that you do that before you can say, okay, the remaining impact is truly unavoidable. And we don't see that the EIR has done that here. Another point I wanted to bring up was something that has come to my attention more recently, and we talked about it briefly here, is there's another project that Wilson originally intended to be part of this, and then they were segmented. And that is actually, a big CEQA issue. You can't do that. If you have a whole project, you can't avoid potential environmental impacts by saying, well, let's deal with this over here, and then we'll deal with this over here, and never the twain shall meet. You have to consider everything. And it seems pretty clear that that happened here. There was some piecemealing that went on. And that is my comments, unless there's questions.
Are there questions? If you have, somebody wants to give you, like, on Congress, like the gentleman yields to the person from whatever, but I mean, you have been retained by these folks, so if, it's not, we're not a court of law here, so do you want to have anything else to say to wrap up, or somebody else going to say, okay, I won't talk, or I don't know? Can we manage this? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Like I said, so the other folks are going to talk about.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure that I was fair on that.
I did have a question, Mr. George. Sure. Okay, with regards to the VMT, the analysis did lay out certain mitigations, but it would only reduce it 1.8%, right? And so are there others?
Yes.
That I don't know if I read it in your response, and so I don't know how all this works. Do you just question it and then not give solutions, so that way it's up to them? I don't know how it
Well, so I have, in my Planning Commission comments, we cited some sort of background evidentiary documents that included potential mitigation measures. My letter specifically talked about transit, and they've responded to my transit comments, and I responded to their responses. But in the letter I submitted this morning, there's also some additional, background documents that talk about other potential, VMT reduction measures that could be adopted. We don't know if they're feasible here or not because they weren't analyzed.
Yeah.
And so that's the problem, right, is if there are other measures out there that could reduce this problem, even if it doesn't reduce it to less than significant, you still have to go out there and analyze them, and if they're feasible, adopt them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, Patrick.
Hello, how are you guys? I'm tired. I don't know about you, but I need a drink. So, look, my name's Pat Mena. I'm a resident of Quail Run, and I live on 9459 North Purdue Avenue, and want to thank you for your time. I'm going to try to keep this to 5 minutes. It's tough because I laid a bunch of slides on George, but I'll go through them real quick. First and foremost, though, I want to say that and it was pointed out very clearly, we're not against the project. We understand that something's going to happen. So all the business owners here, you know, I am very supportive of owners. I'm supportive of their employees, of the jobs. I get it. But we're not against it. We're not trying to stop it. What we're saying is this just doesn't really fit. And I'm going to speak a little bit about traffic, but if you look at the density compared to the ranch Lanier project, it doesn't fit. If you look at all those different densities that George put up earlier, this was the highest density. Why? And I just want to have you consider that. So, George, well, we got the first slide here. So, again, 605 homes on 77 acres. When the Lennar project, it was about 600 homes on 168 acres. Why? Why are we doubling it? You know, doubling the density seems excessive. And if you look at whether or not it's compatible with our roadways in our neighborhood, I really question that. You know, when it comes to safety, volume, those kind of things, that's going to be an issue. George, slide. So there's basically, you got 4 exits. The one to the north there, which is on top, is now an emergency exit, which is good. You have the roundabout there on Sunnyside. Get my handy-dandy pointer, right? It's not going to work. Anyway, it's on Sunnyside. You also have another exit on Sunnyside there below the roundabout, and then an exit on Shepherd. Next slide, George. So I did a little bit of real quick stuff because I'm kind of a common sense guy. Okay, what's going to happen if I Google this from my house? Well, it doesn't send you down south on Sunnyside onto Shepherd. What it tells me to do is go north. And I Googled going to Clovis North, Ridgeview Elementary, you know, that area. So I don't know about you guys, but I think they're going to have children in these homes. And what's mom or dad going to do when they're bringing their kids to school? They're not going to drop down south into Shepherd. They're going to go up north, and they're going to find the path of least resistance. And this is the path of least resistance. To think that all 605 vehicles are going to travel south is crazy. And I know studies go by charts, but it's just crazy. It's not going to happen. And especially when you add the Lennar homes, and they're hitting that roundabout too, we're not even considering all those homes that are not built yet that are coming, in addition to the 605. We need to mitigate this because people are going to go north. Next slide. This is just ways showing you, I had to, you know, being a little bit of a scientist, I had to prove my facts, so I did it twice. Next. This is the roundabout that's proposed. If you see those homes on the bottom, they're the ones that are kind of to the right. They're going to hit that roundabout, and again, creatures of habit. They're not going to go all the way around, run into the Lennar traffic coming out of there. They're going to find the path of least resistance, which is going north. They're going to take a right and head on through the neighborhood. George, next slide. This is a picture of the roundabout looking to the north. George, next slide. This is the roundabout showing it's narrow, and this is what you're gonna see coming out of the neighborhood. The natural thing is gonna be to bail right rather than deal with the people coming out of the Lennar homes. And I don't know about you folks, but people in Fresno don't know how to use roundabouts, and I'm pretty sure people in Clovis don't either. So people try to avoid them like the plague. Next slide. Another direction of the roundabout. Next slide, George. This is just looking north on Sunnyside. I think it's important to look at where they stopped building the road too. So when they head north on Sunnyside through our neighborhood, the Lennar folks, I thought were gonna build that all the way out. Well, apparently they stopped, and it's not even built out. Next slide. If you look at it going the other way, it's kind of nice you have a mailbox really on the middle of the road there because it's not built out. They just stopped where they had to. Next slide. This is my street. You got streets that have blind corners, no stop signs, no lines. It's a county road. Next slide.
Can you wrap up really quickly?
Yep.
Thanks.
So keep going, George. Next slide. Blind quarter, next slide. Blind quarter, next slide. Keep going on and on and on. You get the sense of what these roads are like, and this is the coup de grace. This is Fowler and Ticonderoga. This is where all that traffic's going to hit. Next slide. This is a look at the traffic backed up. You can see the red. This was just from the other day during about 8, a little after 8. And then next slide. This is what happens, and this was in October on Ticonderoga and Fowler. You're going to have a lot of problems, and we're going to have a lot of problems in streets that are not prepared for this. Let's get this right. Let's look at the density. We're not trying to kill this project. We just want it to be done right because we get one shot.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Jared Callister.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for being with us tonight and meeting with us individually and over Zoom for the last few weeks. My name is Jared Callister of the 9318 North Sunnyside Avenue, part of the Quail Run community. Everyone that I at least interact with that lives in the area, around the area, everyone that we talk to that's not paid by or affiliated with Wilson is against this project and the density, okay? They're shocked to realize the amount of homes that are going in that small area. And as you know, the Planning Commission considered this project back in November. Every single commissioner that actually knew this area, that had driven these roads, was against this project. It wasn't even close. It was a hard no for them. I think it's important to know what they said. You go to the next slide. This is what Commissioner Bedstead said. He said, I'm concerned about the traffic going through the neighborhoods as well. I too travel out Fowler to Beheimer. It's a disaster. We've got to think this through. This is quite a jump going from the rural to medium high density. There needs to be a softening in density. I look at the Woodside development when that went in. I think that was a good middle ground that helped integrate the existing homes with new homes. I think that's really important. Next slide. Commissioner Hatcher. I have concerns about the jump in density. It seems pretty extreme. We want Clovis to be walkable. We want it to be safe. These are not products that promote safety and walkability for those with children. The density in general is a pretty big jump for me to jump on board. I can't stand behind the city's recommendation today because of my concerns. There are too many outstanding questions that need to be looked at. All right, next slide, and Commissioner Ebert. We are a bit ahead of our skis on this. On the cyclists, a lot of those roads back there I ride, and they are tight. I can't imagine that many houses and that many families and that not impacting traffic. I don't feel comfortable with the traffic study. People will use Sunnyside to go south. Okay. So they voted a resounding no. They could have said, I'm not an expert. I can't figure this out. We should just defer to the planning department. But they didn't. They did their jobs. They asked tough questions. I ask you to resist the temptation tonight to raise your hands and say, I'm not an expert. Use common sense. Use good judgment. You know the area. Next slide. When the Planning Commission voted no, we believe that Wilson Homes went into panic mode and realized that there were issues with this project in the EIR. They then tried to make some cosmetic changes to the project. In other words, they put lipstick on the pig. They changed the parent exit to an EVA. That's a good thing, but you're still having the same number of cars drive on the small county roads. Just tonight, we hear about some monies being set aside, $162,000, I believe they said, being set aside for traffic slowing measured on Sunnyside. This is an 11th hour thing. I mean, is this what good planning is? The night of the hearing, you learn about $160,000 getting thrown to the county to do some traffic bump out. And what about north of Shepherd? What about Ticonderoga, that dangerous curve? Is there going to be money set aside for that? We don't know. It hasn't been discussed. These smaller adjustments are the only adjustments to an otherwise totally unchanged track map. I think these last-minute changes are an admission that this project is poorly planned. It seems more like a Hail Mary pass thrown in a desperate attempt to salvage an otherwise imprudent project. Next slide. I just want to talk briefly about the process. We were told by the city that this would be a multi-step process. In fact, I remember the sphere of influence meeting, and people on the city council said, you have plenty of time for the input. This is multiple stages. This is not approving anything. It's just a sphere of influence change. Now we are at this next city council meeting, and it's all in one enchilada, all considered together. We're combining steps. We're not getting input from the community. This contradicts the very essence of proper planning. So what does a yes vote mean tonight actually mean? A yes vote means I think that the city council no longer cares about creating real buffers between incompatible densities. You can't have 2-acre lots right next to 8 dwelling units per acre. That's not compatible. A yes vote also means the city doesn't care about creating extremely dangerous traffic hotspots on county roads. This project marginally fixes Shepherd Avenue, but creates 3 additional hotspots that are probably more dangerous than Shepherd currently. It means the city is rewarding a developer who is not actually engaged with the community. It also, a yes vote also means the city is approving a legally insufficient and flawed EIR. Your gut instincts on this are probably that this project will have major impacts.
Jerry, do you mind wrapping up?
Yep, notwithstanding what the project says. Final point is resist the temptation to blame Sacramento and state mandates. Don't make Sacramento the scapegoat for this project. This could very easily be a 250-home project and be the same. It's not affordable housing. I urge the city council to vote no. The developer needs to go back to the drawing board and actually create a track map that listens to those in the community. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Jared. Others?
Jacqueline Ruiz.
Is it on still? Okay.
Hi.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. My name's Jacqueline Reese, and I live at 5141 East Lexington Avenue. I'm one of the 18 homeowners in the Quail Run neighborhood. I'll be speaking about several major issues with the proposed Wilson development. Can you please do the next slide? My husband and I previously owned what we thought would be our forever home on the southeast corner of Miniwall and Perrin. It's shown by the red star up on the map. We bought the property, which was surrounded by orchards, with the dream of raising a family in a rural residential setting. Shortly after purchasing this property, we were made aware of the proposed Heritage Grove development and attended meetings for that as well. The project was subsequently approved. Next slide, please. At this point, our home was going to be right in the middle of the new Northwest Urban Center, immediately surrounded by an area zoned for medium-density housing. With the information provided by the City of Clovis in its master plan, we then made the decision to move to the Quail Run neighborhood, as seen in the purple star, so that our home would exist outside of any of the 3 urban centers that have been planned by the city to meet the growing needs of our city in its housing needs. If the pecan trees that surrounded our new home were to go, we trusted that there would be rural residential lots developed adjacent to us. Why would there be development here when there were 3 major areas planned for development already? Next slide, please. The change from rural residential to medium-high residential is an increase of 4 density levels. As you can see, it's very small text. But this isn't just an increase of 1 or 2 density levels from what was promised by the city's master plan. Other neighboring developments by Lennar and Woodside Homes, next slide please, have low or medium density, as you can see. The only medium-high density is to the south of Shepherd, but directly surrounding the Quail Run neighborhood to the directly west is low density, followed by medium density. There's a transition there. There's no transition happening between our homes and the proposed development. This was actually, this is a major deviation from the master plan, not just a small change. And one thing that was brought up tonight by staff was that an alternative of around 300 to 400 homes possibly was not considered in the EIR. As our other neighbors have previously said, we're not opposed to development, we just want it to be done correctly. We only get one shot at this. Additionally, the city prides itself on smart growth, with one of the major policies being encouraging community stakeholder collaboration. I would urge you not to believe that the number of neighborhood meetings held by the developer is indicative of a collaborative process. Wilson Homes has claimed numerous meetings with the community, yet our last significant engagement with them was in January 2020. Since then, we've been limited to legally required sessions, lacking true dialogue and problem solving. Instead of a collaborative approach, we faced a top-down process. When legitimate concerns were raised by our neighbors, we received tacit threats that Wilson Homes could bypass City Council altogether and build apartments. In other words, just shut up and go home, or else we'll make things even worse. That's not the way this is supposed to be. Not here, not in Clovis. The point of a neighborhood meeting should be to plan together, listen to concerns, and make substantive and meaningful adjustments to address those concerns. This did not happen. Originally, we were told back in 2019 that this project would be between 250 to 300 homes, and it would be cohesive with the surrounding rural residential neighbors. Contrary to what we were told, the developer has presented a tract map wholly detached from what was initially communicated. We have many concerns, but a few that I will note is that there is an elevation change between the Quail Run neighborhood and the Wilson project, where Quail Run sits 7 to 10 feet lower than the Wilson project land. Add in development of roads, moving dirt, those homes are going to be up even higher. So that leaves our homes quite exposed, even though there is a large gap in space. There will be viewpoints into our backyards, which our homes weren't designed with the idea of other homes being behind us. Another issue is the location of the park. We were not even talked to about possibly collaborating on this. I think a neighborhood park is amazing, but it borders our homes. We didn't buy homes knowing that we would be close to a major park that's on public roads that connects to public trails. So I anticipate a lot of people using this park, and it's going to be right behind my backyard, and I'm not sure who's going to be using the park at night. It presents a safety concern that I wasn't able to plan for as a resident. Another thing is the tract map. If you could please go to the next slide. One more slide, please. It's very small, but we were also told that there would be a street buffer, and then all the homes facing our properties would be their front yards facing our properties. But as you can see in the orange area, those are sides of homes facing our properties, which push them quite closer. And then the red on the map, this is in the agenda packet that was presented for today. The red on the map is a home that is directly bordering a property without a road buffer of any kind. So although you did see a plan showing the buffer, and Mr. Gonzalez said that was not the entire property, that's the reason why, is half of the L actually does not have that buffer that was shown exactly on that map.
Do you mind wrapping up, Jacqueline?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The City of Clovis has one chance for this property to be developed correctly for the needs of the present and the future, and we respectfully urge you to vote no, but at the very least, vote to continue this item, allowing us to seriously meet with the Wilsons with specific ideas for density reduction, annexation for us, and possibly water for our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Jill Polson?
Your clock hasn't started, you don't have to hurry.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to readjust here because some of the things that I was going to say have been mentioned. I don't want to repeat. I do want to say thank you for explaining about the new system that is used to determine traffic, because I really appreciated that. But at the same time, I actually feel like that new system does not help us at all and doesn't apply very well to our community, which means that in my mind, that section of the EIR really isn't very helpful. Okay, sorry. My name's Jill Polson. My husband and I own one of the 18 houses in Quail Run neighborhood. I'm at 9324 North Purdue. On the subject of the roads not being sufficient for the density proposed, I just wanted to mention, are my slides there somewhere? Okay, if you could go through the next two, leave it there for a second. This is the circle, and I wanted to talk about the circle for just a second. It's been brought up already, but I think the next picture is the one that I want to show. No, the next one. There we go. Okay, so this circle was, when this circle was designed, it was designed just for the Lennar neighborhood. It is supposed to, with the proposal of this new neighborhood, it should serve our neighborhood, the Lennar neighborhood, as well as the new neighborhood. As you can see in this picture, the circle is non-functional for anything that's larger than like a regular vehicle. Trucks can't get around it. If you look at that picture, you can see there's a truck that's basically on both curbs on either side because the truck can't even get around it. So it's woefully inadequate for vehicles that are larger. It's not designed to service this additional neighborhood of 605 houses. I was considering the amount of traffic jams we've been dealing with lately, and I was curious about how many cars it would take waiting to exit at Sunnyside and Shepherd to jam up that circle. So if you could go back to 2 slides so that you can see that. That's facing, okay, no, the other, no, that, yeah, I think from there you can see. From there, headed south, that section of road from the circle all the way down to the intersection of Shepherd and Sunnyside is about 0.2 miles. And if you look at the traffic flow theory online, it affirms that the range is about 185 to 250 vehicles per mile per lane, and that translates to about 38 to 58 cars that are going to fill that piece of road. The EIR states that there will be approximately 5,000 additional car trips a day if this project is built. So in the morning or after school, it will only take 38 cars to cut off the entrance and exit to all the neighborhoods at once. If you live in this area, you know what it usually looks like. Okay, if you'll go through the next pictures, through that, next one, there. That's Fowler. On our way to school in the morning or back again, that's what Fowler looks like, the entire length of Fowler. And that's what Sunnyside will also look like, and that will go up into the circle, clog the entire circle. You will not be able to get in or out of any of the 3 neighborhoods. It will be clogged solid. Okay, now I want to relate to you a little bit of my personal experience with water. Within a year, because we've heard that there's not going to be, that this is going to help us, that this neighborhood is going to come in. Well, I heartily disagree with that. Within a year of when the flood irrigation of the orchard stopped, our well production decreased by about half, bringing us to a point that was unsustainable. We began regular water delivery. As time passed, the well production continued to decrease until it was determined that our well was dry. We had someone come and dig us a well. We went down to about 900 feet and came up with only 5 gallons of water per minute with a very poor recovery rate. I just got off the phone a few days ago with our drilling company asking them to put us on the list to come back and try to drill our original well deeper to see if that would help us at least be self-sustaining. We don't have high hopes, but we don't have any other options. We have been advised by realtors that properties that have inconsistent water access or are considered water stressed suffer at least a 25% reduction in value. This is what we're dealing with. We don't have water to live, and we can't sell our homes, so that's that situation. Wilson developers have been saying that their project was going to help us because they're shutting down these wells, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, the EIR even admits that the northern half of the project will influence groundwater. Here's a little information about rainfall, because we haven't talked about that. We've talked about the underwater flow and the fact that it goes, and there's a picture, if you want to go back to that, when people want to look at that. The underwater flow is coming back, is coming from that Dry Creek Reservoir, is heading west, and so if that little tiny section that you see in red is the planned project, so it flows across there.
Jill, will you wrap up?
Yes, okay, sorry.
Okay.
This is just one little quick paragraph about rain. Our normal rainfall in Fresno is roughly 11 inches a year. An acre-foot of water is 12 inches and represents 325,851 gallons of water. So when that all translates down, if you take the about 20 acres that are in the northern section, that means that those 22 acres receive about 6.5 million gallons of water each year in rainfall that currently goes into the ground and our aquifer. This project will essentially eliminate all that water from our groundwater because it's going to be non-permeable surfaces. It's all going to be pavement, and that rainwater will not be able to get into the aquifer. Whatever problems you think you will solve with this problem will be nothing compared to the problems that you will create, and our neighborhood should not be considered as collateral damage and shoulder the burden of the failings of this project. Council members, I urge you to vote no until such time as Wilson is willing to compromise by reducing the density of their proposed development and consider mitigations for the loss of groundwater to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill.
And Marcus, the video.
Good evening. My name's Curtis Cookingham, and I live at 9397 Purdue Avenue. I'm one of the 18 homeowners in Quail Run. My topic this evening is focused on water. I know Jill touched on that a little bit, but that's my pure focus tonight. More specifically, the worsening, and I say again, the worsening water situation in our development. My purpose is not to cast blame on the Clovis City Council, the Lennar project to our west, or the Wilsons who are developing the pecan orchard to the south and the east of our neighborhood. However, I do want to present an accurate and a real-time picture of our current water situation and highlight the fact that our neighborhood is being negatively impacted, not helped, by development on 3 sides. Here's some facts. 12 of the 18 Quail Run homes have water delivered to their homes at the frequency of 1 to 4 times per week during the months of May to November. To most here, this idea is unheard of. It's absurd. But what it means is if we don't purchase water and have it pumped into our holding tanks, we do not shower. We do not flush toilets, and we don't wash clothes. There is not a homeowner in Quail Run that has not experienced the shock of waking up in the morning and being out of water. The cost of these 12 homeowners is between $6,000 and $24,000 per year, per home. And let that sink in for just a minute. $24,000 for the most expensive home per year. And this cost per home has been rising sharply over the past 4 years. It's getting worse. If we just think of that one home, $24,000 per year, it's my next door neighbor. And if we go back 4 years ago, his same bill was $12,000 per year. So it's doubled in 4 years. Number 2, 8 of the 18 Quail Run homes have drilled wells in the past 5 years. Jill just mentioned that, at the cost of $70,000 to $80,000 for each well. 3 of the 8 had success finding water, but tragically, 5 of these homeowners had no net increase in water production. Nearly $300,000 has been spent on re-drilling efforts since 2018, with no return on their investment. Water's getting harder and more expensive to find in the past few years. The recent EIR states that the cessation of agricultural wells in the pecan orchard will help the Quail Run residents. This statement is not accurate. It's a nice theory, but not the daily reality that we live in. 18 of all the 18 homeowners have experienced measurable decreases in well water production since flood irrigation stopped in the almond orchard to our west in 2019. That's the Lennar development, and since it was stopped in the pecan orchard in 2021. Development on our perimeter is directly impacting our 18 homes. In conclusion, all 18 homeowners in Quail Run rely solely on groundwater for their water source. All 18 homeowners are experiencing diminished and diminishing water well production since flood irrigation on the perimeter has stopped. And lastly, all 18 homeowners see this project falling short of what it means to be good neighbors. I'm asking the members of the City Council to vote no to this highly impactful project, so all involved can carefully consider our unique and challenging water situation and work out a water agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think I'm the last Quail Run person.
Okay,
Okay.
excellent.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Richard Wathen, and I live at 9431 North Purdue in Clovis. I am one of the 18 homeowners in the Quail Run community. Before I continue, I'd like to just make two comments. First of all, there is no one that respects the trades that build our homes more than I do. Secondly, I want to just comment on a slide that George had, in particular showing other communities built at higher densities in the past 15 or 20 years. There wasn't one of those communities that on two sides was surrounded by rural residential. They were all inside of higher density, 3, 4, 5 acre typical city subdivisions. I think someone quoted the development we built just to the south of the meat market, European Glen. When we built that at 7 units per acre, to the south was a canal. There was a shopping center to the north and Shepherd Avenue, and then there was Fowler on the other side. So again, I wanted to emphasize that only because none of our homeowners are debating the need for housing, the importance of housing in any way, shape, or form. It's the compatibility of what's being proposed right up against rural residential homes. I'm here to share both my personal and professional opinions, given the fact that I've spent over 35 years in the development and home building business, as well as living in my residence in Quail Run for over 27 years. I will be talking tonight about the questionable purpose of this proposed project, as well as the density issues and the lack of compatibility given the surrounding neighborhood. The first question is, why a new sphere of influence, new annexation, and a new housing project in light of the most recently approved Heritage Grove Plan? This plan took the city over 10 years to design and approve and provides for over 10,000 new homes to house over 30,000 new residents in the city of Clovis. Why would you consider approving an additional one-off project, road project outside of the planned development area and plop it down in the middle of rural residential homes when you've only built a few hundred of the 10,000 you've already approved? There can only be two possible reasons. One, a developer decided to buy some inexpensive ag land and maximize densities and profit. Or two, the city of Clovis desperately needs to widen Shepherd Avenue, which should have happened over 10 years ago. Why would you put one home builder's interests and the city's road issue on the backs of a few rural homeowners? I would also like to talk about the density of this proposed project. Let's look at the past precedents of county areas being brought into the city for one-off projects. First, Woodside Homes at Fowler and Teague has approximately 2.3 units per acre. Secondly, Granville's project, Whisper Creek, which is 1 unit per acre. This new proposed development is almost 8 units per acre. If the development was consistent with these similar situations, this land would hold approximately 77 to 180 homes, not over 600. There is nothing compatible in joining 8 houses to the acre next to 2-acre home sites. Going from rural residential to medium-high density leapfrogs over 4 zoning levels. Orderly transition from one zoning level to the other has been a long-held Clovis planning principle. By most standards, this project is completely out of the box. It just isn't good, responsible planning. In saying all of this, we, the neighborhood, understand that there are serious issues regarding Shepherd Avenue. We also understand that Shepherd will only be widened by development. But my goodness, there are potentially so many other ways to design a less dense land plan that is compatible, profitable, and still fix Shepherd Avenue. Wilson Homes is going to say that they've been planning this for years, and they have, and they've met with us several times, which they have, and they've welcomed us into the process. But the truth is there has been no compromise in the root problem. There are still too many homes. And what is being proposed forces us to completely abandon a rural lifestyle. Our reality is this: Quail Run has gone from being a desirable place to live to a less desirable place to live, and now potentially a difficult place to live. In closing, I can't imagine this project being proposed as is. I want to strongly compel you to vote no, or at the very least, give us an opportunity to find compromise and real solutions to the overwhelming problems proposed of unreasonable density, dire water conditions, and outrageous traffic issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate your comments. Others? Why is Marcus's name up on the screen? I don't even see him. Oh, there you are. Where are you? Hello.
Good morning.
No.
It's
Not
almost
quite.
morning. It's
Don't
almost
go there.
morning. It's almost morning.
No. Yeah. Please don't be here saying good morning to me, really, but go ahead.
All right. Well, I want to talk about traffic, obviously.
Will you tell us your name, even though I said it?
Marcus DeBudio. I live at 5200 Block East Cole, in the Dry Creek Preserve.
Thank you.
Exhibit A kind of frames kind of where we're talking, just so if anybody doesn't know where the Dry Creek Preserve is. Oh, go back. Sorry. Thanks. It's really the green area that starts out the green area just south of the project. It's county roads. I call the sheriff. I call, the county when I have a problem. I'm thankful to the county. They've helped us, Hector's helped us understand what all the traffic studies actually say from a layman's perspective. This proposed project that's going into Pecan Orchard right there, traffic is going to go straight down Sunnyside. You guys know that. Everybody here knows that. The traffic studies are not accurate. So I want to point that out a little bit, but I want to give you a flavor of what Sunnyside looks like. So when some of my neighbors talk about what Sunnyside, how bad it is. So if you go to the next slide, it's a typical stretch of Sunnyside. It's a mile. There's every 75 feet, there's a driveway. There's 35 private residents. There's no sidewalks. There's no bike lanes. There's no place for my kids to ride their bike or walk to school. Now that Shepherd's closed, Clovis Unified told me, we're dropping your bus stop, your kid has to walk down Sunnyside. I don't think that's fair to our kids, especially with all the Woodside homes that they now have to, brave all of that traffic. Sunnyside is not going to be developed anymore. It's not going to expand out. There's not going to be bike lanes. We're working and trying to get some traffic calming measures, but there still aren't going to be sidewalks. You may say, look, I can see very clearly. I can see I'm about to get in a head-on accident. Can you guys see that? With all the traffic crossing across because people are impatient. And by people, I mean all of the city residents who have come into the area. There's very few of the traffic that's on Sunnyside is local, and the traffic studies say that. You want to see what Sunnyside looks like at night? On the next slide, the power's not out. It's just dark. There's no street lights. You can't see anything. You can't see animals crossing in front of the road. If you go to the next slide, neighbors had a party on Halloween. Where that sign is that you can barely see, that's at the crossing, the overcrossing to the canal. That's how dark it is out there. Now, I don't see kids. I don't see animals. Maybe trick-or-treaters are out there. But when we're talking about, Sunnyside can take 10 times more traffic before it approaches that lost D level. It doesn't matter. These are numbers, these are engineering studies. We're talking about people's lives. Go to the next slide, please. So I want to talk about, at least what I understand of the traffic study. These green dots represent cumulative projects that, the city has to consider as part of the EIR review. So they've got to look at not just the current traffic, but the proposed project and all of these other projects. CL9 is very kind of important. You see it's annotated Lennar track number 6200 phase 1, 176 dwelling units. But the traffic study, Mayor Pro Tem, you asked, which of the figures we're supposed to look at, which are the most important? My answer is none of them are important because they're all wrong. If you go to the next slide, this is all Sunnyside and Shepherd intersection, okay? Took a while to figure this out, but if you look at the top left, that's existing peak hour traffic. So there's, I don't know, my eyes are bad now, maybe 14 cars. You look at the top, I don't know, can John or somebody, can you highlight kind of that top traffic, those top numbers to look at AM peak traffic? Well, the next one over. Yeah. So what we're saying is that's current peak traffic. So of the Quail Run community and the people who live north of Shepherd, that exit onto Sunnyside, 25 peak cars traffic. 56% of them come straight down Sunnyside. That's what we know. More than half is just going to go straight down. If you look at the project trip assignment in the traffic impact study, only 13, so about 15%. The applicant thinks that only 15% of the traffic is going to go down Sunnyside, when currently it's 56%. The next issue is in that middle on the top, the cumulative projects. Remember those green dots? The green dots suggest that nobody of those existing projects that are under construction, none of those are going down Sunnyside. They're all going to hit that intersection, the 24, and they're all going to turn towards Clovis Avenue.
Do you think you could wrap up in like 30 seconds?
Go to the very last one, please.
Please, thank you.
So this is Sunnyside. So you want to add one more car on Sunnyside, 2 more cars on Sunnyside, 4,000 cars on Sunnyside. Nothing's going to change about this. The applicant has said that there's some kind of works in the process with the county for a circulation plan or a mitigation measures. I think you guys are right to say, yes, we want to do that. We want to keep the residents safe who are going in and out. The other aspect is in the MOU, the city is going to be undertaking traffic enforcement on Sunnyside as soon as the Director of Public Planning says we need to do it. My question to you is, why don't you just do the whole Dry Creek Preserve? Take all of the major arterials and collectors in the Dry Creek Preserve. It's already more than 50% in your control anyways. It's not very practical to have 2 parts of Teague that are, that's CHP, but that's City of Clovis, so thank you.
It's a different problem to solve. I have a question for you, though.
Yes.
As I recall, and I think you have a neighbor here to maybe help you out, 2 lawyers helping each other out. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I won't bring them all up.
Oh, gosh, too many. Am I wrong that when we did because one of the things I've talked about to the applicant and the neighbors is what lessons could we learn from what happened in Dry Creek Preserve, for better or worse, right? But in the end, we reached some way that we could all live together in a compromise. Nobody got everything they wanted, but you get to preserve your name and your identity, and you didn't want anything done to Sunnyside. Am I wrong about that, my memory?
Yes.
I am wrong?
No. Well, it's hard.
I might be wrong.
So as part of the Woodside project,
Yeah.
we had to develop a master plan for the Dry Creek Preserve
Right.
area. That master plan considered a whole bunch of parcels within the Dry Creek Preserve that had the potential for development at the limits. And we said, based on all of that, Sunnyside will never have traffic that is, that is because of development in the Dry Creek Preserve. So because of that, and because it's still in the county, Sunnyside doesn't need to be developed, and Sunnyside can't be developed. I think Mr. Morrison will talk about, why Sunnyside can't be developed, but the fact is, we said in the Dry Creek Master Plan,
Sunnyside cannot be widened. There's not the entitlements. It's just, it's impractical. So that picture right there is what Sunnyside is going to look at.
Okay.
Yes, we did come with a master plan, and yes, we did bridge the gap. You know, we sat down with them, said the gap to rural to, you know, new housing development, 2.5 units per acre, that's a good blend, right? It allows the developer to develop it, and it's not, you know, everybody in your backyard.
Yeah, no, this all sounds eerily familiar to the Dry Creek
History
Reserve.
repeats
But
itself.
I think there are lessons to be learned. So, I mean, that's why I feel optimistic, but I wanted to clarify, so that helps me. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. All right, other, lawyer number 2.
Since you gave me the end, I'll take this opportunity.
I did.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name's Norman Morrison. I live in the Dry Creek Preserve on Sunnyside. I am one of those who will be directly affected by the traffic here. You have, I believe, an 11-page letter that I submitted that lays out most of my points. I would request that you read that and consider them. I don't want to belabor most of them. I wanted to take some of the high points. First off, one of the things in Dry Creek Preserve that was key and that allowed us to get somewhere was communication with the developers. Dry Creek Preserve has had no communications I'm aware of with Wilson Homes regarding this project, even though they're aware of our concerns. We were at the various public meetings, and that's been it. They've not reached out to any of us directly, or at least not that I'm aware of. I've heard that they made attempts to reach out to certain selected landowners to get their buy-in, but they haven't reached out to me, even though they're well aware of my traffic concerns and the reasons why, and my other concerns. That is the key thing. They need to reach out to us. For the planning department to say there's no effect on Sunnyside is beyond ridiculous. It's actually potentially liable. It exposes city liability. In my job, I've handled plenty of dangerous condition cases involving traffic, including most recently a case that I'm sure most of us are familiar with, location, Fraser and Y. I handled a case there involving dangerous condition. This road, Sunnyside, with these developments and the increased traffic, is creating a dangerous condition. You will not be immune. The county will not be immune. There will be liability when there's an accident. Reason I don't say if there's an accident, it's a question of when. In my letter, I point out that several years ago, I had approximately 6 times that I was nearly broadsided pulling into my driveway by someone passing over a double yellow line. That's 2 years ago. Last month, February, I was nearly broadsided again, bringing my son home from school. Turning left into my driveway, someone decided to pass me. I followed him. I found out why. I was going too slow. They did not live in the Dry Creek Preserve. They were not going through the Dry Creek Preserve to a house there. They took the Dry Creek Preserve. They took Sunnyside to Teague, Teague out to Fowler. We are seeing a lot of that. Sunnyside was originally intended, with the Woodside developments and the others, it was intended that most of the traffic would be steered towards Fowler, as Fowler is an arterial. It's not happening. Fowler has become a mess. Fowler has become a danger at Teague and Fowler. So people are now coming down Teague to Sunnyside and down. They ignore the speed limits. These are your residents of Woodside coming down. We know the cars. These are the Woodside residents that are just moving in, treating Sunnyside as a high-speed route. So I mentioned earlier about when I was almost caught with my son. I went to the Board of Supervisors meeting the next morning to raise this issue. Haven't heard much back from them, not unexpected. Ironically, that evening, driving home now with my daughter in the car, I'm almost broadsided again by another person who said I was going too slow because I was pulling into my driveway. This is what we are seeing with the existing traffic. Now, you're talking about putting several thousand more vehicles. County did a traffic study. It showed that in 7 years, traffic's roughly tripled on Sunnyside as a result of these developments. You're talking about putting several thousand more vehicles on. You've talked about vehicles will go down Clovis, that they're going to go down Shepherd and then down Clovis. They don't. There's no more perfect example of that fact than your city vehicles coming down Shepherd, drive right by Clovis, and turn on Sunnyside to come south. Clovis Unified buses, when the road is open, do not go down Clovis. They go down Sunnyside. Trucks going down to the mall or to the shopping center go down Sunnyside. And I think if you asked, we had this conversation at a hearing several years ago on the Woodside. I think if you asked the people from north of Shepherd, how many of them take Sunnyside, probably a lot of them would raise their hands. Reason being, it's faster. They're not gonna drive down to Clovis or drive down Fowler and then come down Sunnyside. I follow people every day getting off the highway, going down Herndon, passing Clovis, coming up Sunnyside, turning left on Shepherd, and then coming left on Clovis. They're doing that because they don't have to make as many stops. Something has to be done to address the traffic. Now, I know the county's talked about doing, I don't know, they've been talking for 8 years now about doing things out there. Nothing's been done. We haven't seen anything, but there's always talk about we're planning something. You can't be dumping this much traffic out there. You're creating a risk to all of us. And this isn't even the water issues, the other issues. This is a straight-out traffic issue. You're going to get someone killed. Putting this many more cars on the road, as Marcus said, traffic numbers, engineering numbers are great, but this is real life. We already have a hard enough time pulling out onto Sunnyside, especially with horse trailers, and other equipment.
Can you wrap up? Thank you so much. Thanks.
And I just wanted to point out that in addition to the traffic here, there's no better example of what's going on right now with the city having Shepherd closed. We're now getting traffic through Teague, coming down Marion to bypass the traffic that backs up on Nees every day. We are being used by everyone around to get through. Most of the homes, the school kids are not going to be coming down to Sunnyside. They're in a north of Shepherd. It's a different district. So that's not the issue. The issue is the parents. So we would request that you, again, deny the project until there's such time as there's some mitigation measures that actually address these issues.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Josh Lane. I live at 8540 North Sunnyside. And I'm not opposed to the project. I am opposed to the issue of traffic. I go out every morning, go north, normally to Shepherd, make a left, go down. Once you get to Clovis Avenue, as soon as you pass it, it just backs up, either because of Buchanan or whatever. So any parent that's going to be leaving, going to the north, they're going to have to go up. They're right. And the ones that don't, they won't want to go right because it backs up. They'll go down our street and go around. Well, Nees gets backed up all the time too. So the traffic going around in neither direction is going to be affected. Realistically, if you make a left, you can't take a right on the Fowler because, well, there's no turn on right unless it's green. So it's going to slow you up. Going straight doesn't stop you. So my issue is the traffic. Again, my issue is not with the development. It's figuring out how to slow it down and to make sure that we don't have people, because I live right on the street. And I talked to the police officer tonight and I said, you know what, I'm glad you guys are going to take over because you guys are welcome to park in my driveway. I have a loop driveway. Park in my driveway and you guys have a field day. Because I got guys that come through, especially about 10 to 11, they come through on motorcycles and cars and they run through it, 80 miles an hour. And it happens all the time. I've cleaned up so many animals out of just my stretch in front of my property. In the last 3 years, 7 animals get hit. People flying down the street. It's dark. Marcus showed it. So I love our area. I bought out there for that reason. I want to keep it safe. I don't want to stop them from developing. We just got to figure out how to fix the problem and make it safe. And I said that before, and I'm glad that Hector's involved, because at our last meeting with these guys, I said it, and they helped us to get that portion started, and Hector got involved. And I do appreciate that. So as long as we can figure out some way to make that safe or work, and it does get implemented, or we put in the stoplight at Nees, we have to do those steps. But like everybody's saying, they'll just jump around to the other side. They'll figure out some way to go around it, and then Marion's going to get dumped on it. So I don't know how to fix the problem, but we need to figure out something that makes it safe, because getting T-boned, and Christopher, some of you people know my son, he already got in a wreck out front of my house. So I'd appreciate it if we could figure out a way to make it safer.
Thanks for your comments. What would it be if you weren't here, Mr. Pierce? It just wouldn't be the same.
You remember me. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Paul?
I said hello.
Oh, good to see you.
It's a greeting, like hello, like hi.
Oh.
Go
How
ahead.
you doing? Okay, my name's Paul Pierce. I live at 8321 North Fowler. Everyone knows that now. Yeah, a few things about this development. When I first read the other draft originally, I noticed the deal about supposed to be monitoring what's going on, and yet the development behind me, right off the bat, when they graded the ground, they were doing it in the wind. It's no water spraying. I'm living in a dust storm. Fortunately, we had the coronavirus going on, so I could wear a mask to keep the dust down. Now, then I went ahead and called the Air Quality Control Board, so they'd start spraying water to keep it down. A couple months later, started feeling sick, hard to go outside or anything else. Took a while, finally went out. Was going to go back to the back of my property, start cutting the grass down, the weeds. The back section, about 12 foot deep or so, is dead. They've been spraying paraquat or whatever herbicides they are, and the wind was blowing that all over the place. Pretty well killed the bees and hummingbirds in the area too. I'm surprised it got that far, over onto my property. I thought the guy must have been holding the sprayer up. He was back out a couple months ago. I started getting sick, and I saw him out there, and I saw him racing back and forth with this big sprayer unit. The sprayer is about 8 feet off the ground. I don't know what weeds are growing 8 feet high, but his is spraying, he's racing back and forth and killing it. I got kind of sick again. I'm still wondering, who's monitoring and controlling this? Then when they started building, I had big sheets of styrofoam insulation and other stuff blowing onto my place, and a lot of wrapping and other garbage. So, from what they were describing on what they're doing, why weren't they doing it here? Okay. Then about a year or so ago, a lot of heavy rains, and the front of my place was getting flooded. The street was flooding, which was odd because I'm kind of in a high spot. But all the water was coming down Teague and down Fowler and coming into my place and flooding it out, which also caused a big potholes in the front of my driveway right where it goes in. So I basically punched a hole in my irrigation ditch pipe so that it would drain out. I had a bunch of front loader dump a bunch of more dirt to make that work. See, who's monitoring, who's controlling this? Then, another interesting thing, we've always complained about the traffic, especially at Teague and Fowler, how dangerous it was and the number of wrecks. I don't know if you know about the one that just happened today. Someone took out the fire hydrant, smashed that in, nice water sprinkler going there. I'm going, that's in the city, isn't it? Why isn't the city responsible now? I mean, we've requested stop signs or some kind of control there for quite a while, and you're always saying, well, that's in the county, that's in the county, that's in the county. Well, it's in your area now, it's half in your area. You need to do something. And then when I see some of this traffic control, and oh yeah, this traffic's going to here between Shepherd to Fowler, and Sunnyside and all this. I mean, there's a dead end right there at Fowler and Shepherd. I mean, if you're going to have a sphere of influence, shouldn't you be responsible for that too? If it's past your city limits, you're in control. You're trying to be in control of this, and this sphere of influence. I mean, why aren't you doing more of the traffic control? I mean, the front of my place, we've got these big, huge construction trucks going back and forth right now for all these other housing tracts. And the street's disintegrating. I don't think it's made for 80,000-pound construction trucks. You need to take a little more monitoring, a little more control of the situations. I say we don't get to vote for you, but if we're in the sphere of influence, we should have a little more say in all this. We should have more, well, I'm saying something now, but I'm not allowed to have any vote on anybody. So try to do something on the traffic, please. Take a little more responsibility for that.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Appreciate it. Nice to see you, as always. Others?
Hello, I'm Dean Urick, 8570 North Sunnyside, Dry Creek Reserve. When Wilson Homes came in, you probably remember me, we talked a lot about it, and we did get them down to 2.3 acres per home. Their homes are beautiful, a lot of room. My concern with this development is some of these lots are so small, and these are not cheap homes. You're gonna have two people have to make payment on these homes, so both will be working, okay? So they're gonna have kids also, okay? They're not gonna be all, you know, doctors and nurses and stuff like that. They're gonna have kids. So that one development where they got a very small backyard, yeah, they got a play area that they can go play. But when the husband and wife gets home after a hard day's work and kid gets home from wherever, you know, they're gonna be too tired to walk the kid or even drive the kid over to this play area, and they're not gonna have no backyard. So Clovis has always been the quality of life. That's for them. They're gonna be your new residents of Clovis. They're not gonna have good quality of life. The kids, definitely, because they have no place to play. They need to definitely change, you know, make the density a lot less and everything. And then also, personally, I wouldn't want to live there because you got 1,200 cars coming out every morning, okay? You got 3 exits, okay? And when you come on to Shepherd, I don't know if you guys realize, you can only make a right-hand turn. Is that still correct? That's still correct, right? You're not going to put a stoplight where they go left. So you can only make a right when you come out Shepherd. The very next stop is Sunnyside. They're going to look all the way down Shepherd. They're going to see traffic all backed up, okay? They're going to be jetting down Sunnyside. And whoever said they're only doing 3 miles over the speed limit, that's not correct. Whenever the CHP shows up, they stop right by my neighbor's house, and that's where they clock. We can hear that siren going off every single time. About every other car that goes by, he's lighting them up, he's pulling them over. Okay, they're not doing 3 to 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. There's no stop sign from Sunnyside all the way to Nice. They are flying down Sunnyside. A few years ago, a school bus got hit right there at Teague and Sunnyside, knocked the school bus all the way into the neighbor's property and everything. The guy was flying, okay, and everything. So it is just downright dangerous, and quality of life for these people in these homes are not going to be good. Yeah, they got these great little play areas. They've got these, you know, swimming pools and stuff like that. But they're going to be too tired to walk the kids, to take the kids or drive the kids to these areas to play. And they're going to have no backyard. They're going to be out playing in the street. And it's just not going to be, you know, for quality of life, that is definitely not going to be good. Then there's a couple of other issues really got brought up. Let's see. Oh, yeah, about the CHP. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, then that traffic study that was just done. I live on Sunnyside. I saw it when it was up there. Yeah, it was right. School was out. Okay, there was not nearly as much traffic going on when they had that traffic study. And we're talking about being good neighbors. This is definitely not being a good neighbor. So everybody that lives in Dry Creek Preserve on Sunnyside, it's going to be hard sometimes to get out of my driveway as it is. And I have, besides my Josh, he has a horse trailer. I got 2 boats. I got a travel trailer and everything. So yeah, coming out of the driveway, it is a hard time sometimes. So yeah, just like I said, we're not against this, but they got against the density, like Woodside Homes. They're beautiful homes. Woodside built a beautiful home, and they got some land around their home. So do away with the the areas, and just make lot bigger where the kids can stay in their own backyard and play in their own backyard, because it's not just going to be all doctors and nurses with no kids. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Hi there. My name is Michelle Lang, and I live in the Dry Creek Preserve on Sunnyside. And I just wanted to briefly mention a few things and a couple of things that I thought about after hearing some of the other comments. Jobs are not the problem. We all support jobs. We all support people being employed. So we don't oppose the project. I haven't really heard anybody that says they oppose putting any of those homes out there. It's just the density and the traffic concerns and the safety for those of us that are already there, and the additional safety concerns and problems this massive amount of traffic increase is going to cause. So I heard somebody mention that there was a large elevation difference. I used to keep, before I bought my home over there, I used to keep my horses out near Locan and Nice, and there was, the subdivisions were required by the city of Clovis to raise the elevations there, and that resulted in flooding that whole area. In fact, back then, some homes were actually under a foot or two of water. There was probably 4 or 5 homes actually flooded. So I don't know about any of that there, but that made me think about that. I also, with the additional parks, one of the things that I've noticed living in the area is, and I have some concerns I have not had a chance to look into or know who to inquire about, but I have safety concerns about being in some of the parks nearby at night with homeless and along some of those trails that are dark. I think there's some homeless encampments in those areas, because I know just one of the parks, my son and I are concerned. I mean, we've been there at night and we've been a little nervous about it. So some of the parks in the area, you know, something that to also be considered is what is Clovis, and this is a separate issue, what is Clovis doing about, you know, the homeless in the parks. All of our homes on that street and in that Dry Creek Preserve have most of our homes are right close to the street. It's dark, there's telephone poles. In fact, one of my concerns living in the area is I try to make sure that I drive pretty slow and carefully at night, because I have these thoughts of, oh my gosh, what if I miss something and I hit one of these telephone poles? That street is very narrow. I can't imagine the additional traffic and safety issues that many cars will bring to the area. Yes, it's already currently dangerous for us to back out. I can't even back out on out on the street anymore safely because of the quantity of vehicles. I listen to these traffic studies, and I don't know how reality does not jive with these reports just living there. It just doesn't compute. It's just very dangerous. I can't back out of my driveway safely because of the quantity. And it's just, Clovis needs to think and analyze this whole area and come up with a good, safe plan for the whole area, those of us that are already there, and the new ones that are coming in. It's going to be a safety nightmare. So thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate your comments. So I think I see 2 more folks willing to talk. 3 wanting to talk. 1, 2, 3. Did you want to comment? Yes? Okay, so 3 more, and then we're going to call it a wrap on the comments for this. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then the applicant, if you want to make any closing comments. Is that a deal? So the last 3 of you, and then we'll take a 5-minute moment.
Good evening. My name is Angela Paul. I live at 8131 North Sunnyside. I'm the 3rd house just north of Nees. We have horses. We have a small ranch there. We have built 3 different fences in the last year. We had a 2x6 wooden fence, and the problem where I live is the traffic has gotten so bad. When people hit that stop sign and they try to pass, they usually pass right in front of my house because of about where I'm at. But when one of my neighbors pulls out and starts coming this way, they have crashed into all 3 fences that we have built. We've had horses running down the road in the middle of the night. It has been a nightmare for us. And it's cost us, I want to say, probably $15,000 to $20,000 repairing those fences, to the point to where our grandkids couldn't really play in our front yard anymore. We have a really old barn in the front. They actually took out a big tree. One of the cars crashed into our barn. And the traffic has gotten so bad. I actually got myself in a little bit of trouble because, you know, we built a $100,000 block wall now that goes all the way across the front of my house. I'm in trouble with Fresno County now because it's over 4 feet tall. But we have done everything.
We won't tell them. We won't tell them.
Oh, no, they know. Trust me, I'm in trouble.
You have a county planner right behind you, so he took notes.
He's got lots of letters for me. We're dealing with that next. But I just want to let you know, I've lived there 19 years. My family's grown up there. My kids have gone to school there. And the traffic has never been as bad as it has been the last 2 years. You know, I'm a small business owner here in Clovis as well. I understand they want to build homes. I'm not against them building homes, But we definitely have to do something with the traffic. Because the folks that have lived there and lived our lifestyle there for a long time, I mean, things are changing terrible. And we built that block wall in front of my house, and I'll tell you, it does block out some of the sound, but you can't even go to sleep at night, 9, 10 o'clock at night. The traffic just races down the road all night long. You just hear them hit that stop sign, vroom. It's constant. But we definitely need some help with the traffic. Our neighborhood has definitely become really unsafe. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
I'm Annalisa Gangbin. I'm happen to be one of the 4 residents that'll be on Shepherd, so I just wanted to make a few comments. Thank you, Matthew. I'm calling you by first name. I know we're not friends, but you made a very good comment of how we're going to receive it. Also, he really didn't have a comment. I didn't get his name. We just received a letter in our screen door a couple of weeks ago that they're going to do some changes on that road, that we don't really have a big decision yet on it. But Drew, also, you made a really good valid point, too, to these gentlemen, Gonzalez. Wait a minute. George, was I right? George, there it is. I didn't want to call you George. I wanted to do your last name. So you made a comment as why don't they? Because the traffic is going to be bad there. I really don't like having all those homes across, maybe kind of give a few down, I think. But you made a comment about why don't repair the road before they start building homes there. That's how I look at it. I mean, I'm not against the trails. I'm from Clovis. I have a husband that's in the trades. So I know what it is to have Clovis be here for us. So that's what I just wanted to let you know. So thank you for bringing that up. And we really haven't made a decision, and the traffic is bad. I'm sorry, Sunnyside, I have to take that. I have no choice. So, but thank you again. Okay.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate that. And I think this is the last one, and we're going to close this portion.
Right. Okay, so I took notes just to make sure that I don't.
Would you tell us your name and address?
Christina Mansfield, and I'm just not going to give my address.
I know, I
because
changed
for
my mind,
reasons.
just your name, thank you.
Christina Mansfield. So I'm just going to say what I need to say, and if this is not the appropriate venue, we don't need to say anything back.
Okay.
Okay, so about the endangered California tiger salamanders and the $600,000 that was spent on the environmental study that found no salamanders. So can we talk, what's going on with that? I know that the last that I heard about it was in 2022, and that changed the course of this development, and then all of a sudden it was nothing. And when I was at the planning commission meeting, I mean, I went into the office and I was like, I tried to look myself, and I'm not an environmental girl, and it looked odd to me that in that whole development, all of a sudden, just right in the middle, there were no salamanders, and that in the time frame from that study, if I'm reading it right, we would have needed like 3 wet seasons, right? But in that, in the weather, right, during that time, just using common sense, it's like, oh, but we didn't have that much rain, so how did we even do that study?
So why don't you finish your comments, then I'll have staff comment at the end, if you don't
So
mind.
if De Novo's here, they could answer that, because that's $600,000, so that's like a lot of corruption. So that's a news story. And then how much, like Wilson Homes or anyone.
What did you say, it takes a lot of what? You said it takes a lot of corruption?
Well, I mean, I don't understand how
So let's just say you don't understand. We don't need to say it's corruption, let's just say we don't understand.
That is the right word to use. That's the right word to use.
Your word. Keep going.
That is my word.
Okay.
And the word is corruption.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So how much Wilson Homes or anyone else affiliated paid Tyson Pogue from the Madera Sheriff's Department for his sponsored posts that are on like the website, press releases, and social media accounts promoting the security of the Wilson developments, like related to the Federal Trade Commission regulations. I recognize SponCon. I'm a publicist. So if Kim Kardashian has to disclose when she's doing like, skinny tea, it's the same thing. So we need to talk about that. Right.
Keep going.
Will the new development be a Wilson Homes Connect 360 property? Has anyone talked about that? No one at all? Do we even know what that is? Anyone on the city council? Does that sound familiar to you?
You're
Wow.
talking, you comment.
Okay, that's
We'll listen.
concerning for me. Okay, where can people submit requests to get a copy of their files to see how many times their personal information, like their license plates, have been pulled by the license plate scanners while they're visiting other businesses that are no doubt going to be built around this? Does anyone know offhand? No? Okay. Does the city of Clovis currently have any kind of tech ordinance in place to prevent abuse of that kind of tech that is currently being used at other Wilson Homes developments, like, that exist now in neighboring counties, i.e. Madera? Has that conversation been had by anybody on city council or city planning commission?
I think probably we're not tracking with you, but you just
Okay.
you just raise your points and we'll capture them but.
Perfect. So maybe offline. So I just need to know who to follow up with about that, because I've asked those conversations before in other counties and it's been radio silence. That's concerning for me as a citizen for many reasons, and as a single woman, I have experienced issues with that here. And the fact that no one is talking about those issues, but we're concerned about the Clovis way of life is. So with that,
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
I
comment.
didn't curse one time.
All right. All right, with that, we're going to close the public comment, and we're gonna take a 7-minute break, not 8, not 6, 7 minutes, 10:35. I said there was pizza coming at 10, I actually lied, there's no pizza, but I wouldn't be here at 10:30. All right, 7 minutes, take a moment, take a break. Well, what's really bad is it's not a lot to All right. Let us reconvene, and so, to all who have commented, no, I was trying to move on, I forgot about you, sorry. Okay, I'll hold my thanks for commenting till you comment. From Wilson Homes, Dirk Purcell, final comments, not to exceed 10 minutes, I think we said. Is that what we said, Andy? Is that what you said, 10 minutes? All right, go. Wait, don't go yet.
We used real traffic data that were calculated by monitoring the streets in and around the subdivision. As mentioned early in the evening, city, county, and Caltrans staff were all consulted about the scope of work, and the conclusions all were found to be adequate by those agencies. They all commented on the final environmental impact report. That process is outlined in the CEQA guidelines, and we followed those guidelines very specifically, your staff monitoring all of that effort. The numbers that we came up with were identical to the independent analysis that Hector and Steve White did at the county, and they communicated that to Mr. DeBudio and others who I've had conversations with over about the last month or so, because we were trying to figure out how could we contribute to a solution to Sunnyside Avenue. And that's the money that we would like to give so that the county can address the concerns that you heard this evening. There were some comments about piecemealing. Other Wilson projects are processing on their own tracks. They're going to do their own environmental impact reports. They're not related to this project. There were also comments about densities. If you take a look at the Lennar project immediately to the west of us, that's at the same density that we're surrounding the rural residential in this project. If you look to the south of us, the project densities are about 7 units to the acre, and they were immediately adjacent to rural residential with no buffer. But back in 2004, they probably could build those subdivisions at 2 to 3 times less costly. So that gets to one of the other issues that you've heard this evening about let's just lower the density. Well, landscape of choice was really an opportunity for agricultural, environmental, and other people who were concerned about development in the valley to come together to say we need to do better to increase densities to that 6 to 8 unit range. Why? Because a sewer line that's in Fowler Avenue or Shepherd Avenue costs about the same to serve 2 units to the acre as it does to serve 7. That's a direct benefit to the city of Clovis and other municipalities who've adopted landscape of choice. Ken Schmidt has over 50 years experience as a water hydrologist. He provided testimony earlier on this evening that was consistent with the environmental impact report, that in fact the project is going to improve water supply in the general neighborhood. Over time, there will be purple pipe that's going to be delivering recycled water into the neighborhood over time. Kind of a recurring theme was that this project is being blamed for things that are occurring now. I think the number was 12 of 18 of the homes are trucking water in. That's similar to the analysis that's done in the traffic study where they say, here's the impacts without the project. Well, that's exactly what's happening here. The project isn't even here and there were water concerns. That's because if you read the staff report in 1979 for this project, the county warned that this was a water short area. And in those days, they did the water study after the project was approved. So it's backwards from what we know today and the very rigorous assignment of analysis that occurs for these types of modern projects. There were comments about VMT. Those were also addressed by your environmental consultant. We have reached out to the neighbors, and we've had multiple meetings with the neighbors. I can tell you about a meeting on May 25th, 2022, when two of the neighbors that appeared this evening met with Leo and myself and others, where Leo Wilson offered to bring water into that neighborhood, and they came back after a few months and said, we're not interested. So there's a lot more to what you're hearing about a willingness to discuss other projects and other densities that simply isn't realistic. We've never, ever heard, if you did 300, we'd support that. If you did 500, we'd support that. What we've always heard is, we don't want this project. So there hasn't been accurately a conversation about how both projects could get along, I suppose was the word you could use. But this is, again, not uncommon. It's something that you've seen throughout the 40 years that Clovis has been developing to the east. There are examples of excellent compatible projects that are well maintained. They're sustainable. We believe this project can be one of those. And we ask that you approve the project as recommended by your expert staff.
Thanks, Dirk. Questions for the Wilson team? All right, thank you. All right, with that, we will end the public discussion on this item and bring it back to the council for...
Mayor, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But I'd like to provide the opportunity for staff to respond to some of the questions that did come up, if that's all right.
Okay.
George?
Did we leave any unanswered questions on the table? I'm just kidding.
Well, if the council wishes, we can have Thad discuss a little bit about the roundabout there at Sunnyside, north of Shepherd, to address some of the comments that were brought up this evening.
Just to point out that there was some concern about the roundabout at that location, and that roundabout is not complete yet. Roundabouts are designed with a concrete apron around the center circle, which is to accommodate larger trucks to be able to get around the circle. That apron isn't there yet, so obviously a long truck can't get to the intersection. Also, the intersection, the roundabout isn't striped yet, so it doesn't depict what it will look like when it's complete. So it's kind of hard to look at that roundabout and say it's not working properly when it's not fully constructed.
Thanks. Thank you. Anything else from staff?
Yes, there was one comment, the last speaker, when she was speaking about the tiger salamanders, and I believe she was talking about the Vista Ranch community area, which we can have Steve just briefly talk about where they are in that process.
I don't think it's relevant to this conversation, so
okay.
Thank you. I mean, if it's been addressed in some other development, we'll just save it for that.
Sounds good. And I think the other item I wanted to address is just the density increase. It's important to note again that from a staff standpoint, as an urban planner, I am a steward of the process, meaning I review the applications, I review the technical studies prepared for the project, and I bring it before the council with a recommendation. Yes, Heritage Grove is our newest urban center that we're currently just beginning, developing in that area. But staff always looks for opportunities to further the city's general plan goals, and that will promote growth in our northern part of town.
Thanks, George. Any other questions for staff, Tom?
John, could you comment with regards to the statement by the county saying that we will take over enforcement? How does that look? Is that something where we can handle?
It's complicated. We'll continue to work with the county on enforcement along Sunnyside Avenue, you're talking about.
Yeah.
But there are limitations that our police department has, given that we have 2 officers assigned patrol for the entire city for traffic. So we will continue to work with the county. We've talked about that, following up on the studies, and there are certain conditions within the MOU between the county and the city that requires us to work together, and we'll continue to work together with the county.
Thank you. And along those lines, I think it would be unfair for the residents of the Dry Creek Preserve to assume that they're going to be able to call the Clovis Police Department and demand radar enforcement on Sunnyside Avenue with any kind of regularity. It just frankly isn't going to happen. We don't have the staffing for it, so we don't want you to leave here thinking, well, we'll just call the Clovis Police Department. A guy will come out here. That's probably not going to happen. Regarding if we were to want to put conditions on the pre-zoning for substantial completion of Shepherd and the improvements for traffic on Sunnyside, would we be able to, and this is a question for both the attorney and for staff, would they go as part of the motion on, let's say, F, or would we need to continue that and have staff put it in a report? And that...
I'll take a shot.
Sure.
You could add conditions tonight if you wish. I mean, I would suggest you get additional input from staff. It sounds like you're wanting to put additional conditions perhaps in the track map approval item. Okay.
My thought was that if we can get Shepherd improved to the point where it's a viable roadway as they're getting ready to do the complete, begin their completion or begin the construction, it would be less of a burden on the motoring public and also with Sunnyside.
So I've just been notified by the developer that they have no issue with agreeing to a condition to do Shepherd on the first day. Their only concern is that they have PG&E and right-of-way to deal with. So as long as they have PG&E and right-of-way dealt with, then they will do the work on the first day.
Anything else? Matt? I was just going to say, my experience, I know you waited. My experience is that if we're going to add conditions that substantially change some of the sort of expectations, it makes me uncomfortable to do it from up here. So I mean, I guess I'm not sure that we have enough consensus on sort of what we're going to condition to what. And I don't know that the applicant is interested in more time, but so I'm not gonna, I don't want to support it. What you described makes sense, and it seems a little risky for us to go, how about a condition for this and that without you all having a chance to evaluate it? So if we're going to do that, maybe we could think about, maybe we're not going to finish this tonight. I know that's a horrifying thought. But anyway, so are there comments from the council on this item as we prepare to take some action to approve or not, maybe broadly, and then we can work our way through the motion? Diane?
I want to thank everyone for taking a fair amount of time tonight to come down and share your positions. I know this is something that's been going on for quite some time, much longer for the applicant in various ways, but thank you for doing that, and I appreciate a lot of the different points that were raised. The one thing that really does strike me, and I think we heard so much about, at least for me personally, isn't impactful on the question of, is this a good development or that, but it really is kind of more of a community-wide question of the traffic issues. And from the pictures we've seen and the personal experiences of living on Sunnyside or having to use Ticonderoga and Fowler, I really do see the concerns and the issues there. And I know that there's also a challenge and a difficulty presented because we're talking about some roads that are within our city sphere of influence, but even just within our city limits versus working with the county. And I appreciate Mr. Luna being here to help on those issues. And so my concern and my intention is to hopefully, and if there's certain ways that we can go about it, make sure that as this development may or may not be going through its process of getting built out, these aren't homes that are going to be there 3 months from now. They're not homes that are necessarily going to be there even a year from now. I'm hoping that in that process where we know what's happening, we're going to be intentional about addressing those issues and those concerns, whether it be working and partnering with the county for Sunnyside north of Shepherd. I see connecting it to Beeheimer as being a major alleviation to the issues going through Stanford and Ticonderoga over to Fowler. And so if there's ways for us to not hold up development or moving forward on some of these other things, but being intentional and committed to addressing what I believe are the valid issues, particularly pertaining to traffic. We've already got some work going on Sunnyside South through Drag Creek Preserve. I believe that also is an incredibly valid concern. And so I just want to make sure that even as we deal with things that are currently within our sphere of influence, but we recognize impacts and concerns that we don't have direct control over, can we still take kind of that sincere effort of moving forward and wanting to address those things. And I don't necessarily know exactly how to go about that, but as I sit here right now, my concern isn't necessarily with points A through I, but with other things that I want to make sure we don't drop the ball on or not follow through on with those issues that were raised.
Rebecca, your light is on. Just wanted to let you know, just so it doesn't echo too much. I think I look at this from what government should be. So what is the purpose of government, and what do we make you all jump through hoops for? And so we create all these rules. Sacramento brings these rules down. We create the rules. And so when we have it, we represent the entire city. And so as an applicant comes in, they rely on rules that has been created either by us or by the state, and we make them jump through it. And so it's this process. They come in, so they look at our maps, and yes, we made it into a planning area, this light green color. We would never build ag. That's not what cities do. So in other words, for it to be a 2-acre, I think that would never be it. Then we have to rely on the staff to go, staff, you're the experts, you plan. You look at the city and you tell us what the applicant is proposing, work together, what comes forward. And whatever they propose, you check the boxes to make sure, because 4,000 pages, we're not good at that. But you are, because we pay you and we pay the consultants. And so, you know, they go through it, they do a GPA, so they're going to come in and they have to look at what the city has done, not what the county has done, what the city has done, and what objectives, what priorities, what goals we have. And so they're not saying do this, but they're going, well, if you want that, we have to check this. So it triggered, you know, with CEQA is a document that allows us to do this. To be in the public, to look at if they, not to stop a homeowner or landowner's rights to do what they want, but to make it public so that everybody can be heard. And so they make it, so now they're doing it, so our staff says, when we look at it, it's going to trigger an environmental impact report. You're going to have to look at these things. They go through it all. And CEQA has statutes, they have guidelines, they have court cases in which their experts going to look at. And in that document, they have to look at alternatives. I don't know if we have the expertise to go, this alternative was good or this alternative wasn't, but it allows you to challenge and to ask them, maybe not here, maybe someplace else, to go, yes, maybe we didn't look at a certain alternative. But we have to rely on the staff that comes forward to go, our best knowledge, our best expertise, we're relying on it. There's technical studies that study water, traffic, and all that. But if we don't want this type of government, and if you want us to be able to just say, today I don't feel like that expert is good. I'm going to say no, or I'm just going to say yes. I don't know if we want that. I think we have to rely on the process that we developed. So that way, it allows us to go, oh, they looked at it, we looked at it. These are studies in which environmentalists and traffic study people, experts in that field have come back, and they said the only item that is unavoidable and it can't be remedied, right? I forgot the term for it, was just VMT. And do we have overriding reasons to overlook that? And we have. They tried some, and that's just going to be something in which do the benefits outweigh this one item which requires some mitigation? And I look at it and I go, I think it does. It gives us trails. They try to make it walkable to try to limit that. They made the streets, the connectivity of it. They're going to build out Shepherd. They're going to give $150,000 for us to benefit the Southwest, who has never had a trail, who has never had, amenities in a park. They're going to connect the sewer, which will then allow the Northwest Heritage Grove to finally move quicker. They're going to submit fees to be able to help with the county. And that traffic issue, I think, is something that we're going to have to look at, but at least this is, the first time that someone's doing that to hopefully mitigate that. And I think the North does need variety housing options. When you look at the homes from the South, the Southeast, there's none of this product in the North in which people who are just working, who want their kids to go to Clovis North or to Buchanan, to be able to buy a product like this up there. And so I think that gives our community an option. And when we look at it, we have to look at it as a whole. I feel for the 18, but there's 126,000 other people who are looking at it and go, maybe we want that trail to connect. Maybe we want the community to develop. And is it my personal opinion to just reject the work? I think it is the duty of those who oppose it to challenge it per whatever expertise that needs to be put in there. I don't discount the personal testimony that you have of what's going on. But if we do that, then we have to take in account 128,000 other personal testimonies. And I don't think we have the ability to do that. We have to trust what is given in the experts that have studied these issues brought before us. Lastly, CEQA allows all of you to have your voice heard, to put it in the public record, so that way, should it not go according to what you feel, now you have grounds to challenge it wherever you need to challenge it. And so I don't have an issue with the density. I don't have an issue with, not that I don't acknowledge the issues, but I don't have an issue with it. And I really believe that what is being presented is something in which will benefit North Clovis, Northwest Clovis. And I think that's what I have. And then I think the only issue is with regards to the alternatives. I trust what De Novo has used with the objectives to make their conclusion. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Matt?
Okay, well, I'm going to be on the opposite side of you. My concerns aren't with the Wilson project necessarily. I mean, I understand the development part of it, but the fact is that there are legitimate issues that are being raised by citizens within the county who are talking about, not having water. So I guess for me, what I'm thinking is why can't we try and solve some of these problems before we go forward with the project? When we talk about traffic, there was a development that was done, but Sunnyside wasn't taken care of. So I think there was promises made there to people who live in the county saying, hey, we're going to take care of Sunnyside Avenue, we'll put this in, but that didn't happen. So now we're back to the same problem. I drove Sunnyside today. I almost got hit head on. So I can say that there's legitimate traffic issues that are on Sunnyside Avenue. You know, I had people coming down the side streets they were talking about, and one end of the street's completely closed. So, you know, I understand what the traffic surveys are, and we have studies and all those kind of things, but we also have real-world people telling us what their problems are and what they're seeing. And to me, that takes precedent over a traffic study of what could be potentially an issue. And because there's so many people that are bringing it. There was comments that were made about Clovis way of life, and we take care of each other. And I agree with that. This is a Clovis way of life, and we need to take care of everybody. So what I'm saying is I'm not against the project necessarily. I am, though, wanting us to try and figure out solutions to these other problems that exist before we just say yes to moving forward. So there's one other point I wanted to make. Oh, and then also the trail system. I'm not against the trail system, but we're going to put it in somebody's front yard. And I think we need to have a better answer as to what we're going to do there. I mean, just to put it out there and say, hey, we're building a trail on that side of the street, and, you know, a resident spoke that they got a letter in their screen door. Well, we're better than that. I know we do. We reach out and we do things that we can be better for that aspect as well. So there's a lot to this plan, you know. We've been asked to approve a lot of different things tonight, and but those are my concerns.
Thank you. Drew?
I think I met with a developer 3 times over the last 2 years on this issue. Met with the community group last week. Obviously, water's a concern, the density's a concern, and traffic's a concern. Regarding the density, I understand the issue, but there's a but. But there is a buffer. You have a less dense product between the rural residential homes and the elevations product. The traffic issues, you know, I'm hoping that with the improvements on Shepherd and eventually the arterials going to the north, that will solve itself or at least mitigate it. To be honest, when I came on the council in 2017 and we were talking about the Dry Creek Preserve then, it seemed, and I could, maybe this is just my position, but it seemed that a lot of the folks who came in with just complaints and no solution. So the solution is we're going to have to work with, and I think Vaughn was right. I think promises were at least implied that we were going to work with the county and make things better, and we didn't. So we need to make sure that happens this time. But there's a process, and what we have in front of us is to approve the process as required by the law. We've told the developer that they need to jump through these hoops. We have a report from De Novo, which is very, very detailed. I'm torn between having experts telling me that the water situation will improve and people saying that's not what I'm seeing out of my tap. I'm struggling with that because I certainly don't want to make somebody's property almost worthless because they don't have water. But we got a decision to make tonight.
Did you want to be able to say? I didn't mean to. I thought I cut it. So I tend to think 2 things can be true at the same time. I think this is, and I think Wilson builds a great product. I think the land is ready for higher density. All those things I think are true. I also think it's true we can do a little bit better. And I know the applicant is not interested in more time, but I think we're 30 days away from a discussion with the county, the city, the developer, and the neighbors on some of these issues to resolve before is approving it as it is. It just puts all that on you all. And I mean, we don't know we're not going to know what's happened if it doesn't work out the way people want. So I imagine a solution that is like the Dry Creek Preserve, after all the angst that caused, but it did turn out to be an interesting model, how you could preserve Quail Run and integrate it into this, because 50 years from now, Quail Run's gonna be in the city of Clovis, whether you really wanna be today or not. That's gonna be in the city, most likely. So we're gonna own that. We don't own it right now. I mean, right, you're represented by the county supervisor, so, but someday you're going to be part of us and you are our neighbor. So I just can't help but think we could get there with, I think the county needs to step up and talk about roads, because I do worry about the interface. I am super bothered by the law enforcement requirement. We're never gonna patrol, not even regularly, never are we gonna send one of our 2 motorcycle units to patrol Sunnyside in the dark. Just not gonna happen. So I don't know how that found its way into this, so that to me is almost a non-starter. We say we don't have enough police, and now we're gonna say, oh, sure, you can have it on Sunnyside. That is not gonna happen. And I'm also deeply troubled by the arbitrariness of $150,000 for amenities in some other part of town. We don't have anything that says we do that. I think it's a super great idea. I think we should have had it. I love that Wilson's willing to do that, but I don't know how we came up with that. So should it be $75,000? Should it be $250,000? So I worry about the is that a word? That word. It's 11 o'clock. The randomness of that idea that we just pick that number as a way that we don't typically do that. And then I think the money that the county for Sunnyside is also weird. Like, that's enough to make a difference. I appreciate the generosity, but I just feel like there's these sort of Band-Aids around the edge of this, but we are so close. So I think nobody's opposed to the project. I really want this to work. I just don't think we're there, and I think trying to vote on these items after 5 hours of talking about it has been helpful, but I think we can do better, and we're so close. So I don't want you to make me have to decide right now, but I mean, if we could have 30 days for the county, the city, the developers, and the neighbors to have a serious conversation and try to solve some of this, I'm for that. If the applicant doesn't want to do that, it's really up to you. I mean, that would be what I would suggest, but that's just me. I just think we're so close, but we can do better than this. Your water problem is your water problem, and it has been for 10 years. That, I mean, to Dirk's point, that's what you have now. We don't want to make it worse, but we certainly, I mean, we can't solve things that have been around for a while. So I get all that, but I just think we can do better. And I think Sunnyside should be taken out of the mix as a road at all. People shouldn't go down the road ever, because we can't count it as a way to relieve traffic, because it is a terrible road in terrible condition, and it's dark. But it is a road, so I'm not saying don't count it. But anyway, I just think we can do better. So I would prefer to spend 30 days in some guided mediation between the county, the city, the applicant, and the neighbors to figure it out. Because I think we can resolve some of the stuff that you were talking about, more specific traffic, relief. But I don't know if the applicant wants to do that. But if I was queen for a day, that's what I would pick. That would be my motion. So looks like you have 1 not in favor, 1 in favor, 1, could we do it in 30 days, torn.
Are there some of these that we can take off
maybe
plate tonight? And this way, if we decide to do that, we're at least focusing
on the ones that are I think so. And Diane, I'm not quite sure where you landed on for, against. You said maybe, I'm not sure where you're, in a consensus family, where you are. On any of this, opposed, for, could I have 30 more days, torn, and?
I'm open to 30 more days if there's, consensus among the agencies.
I would be open to that as well.
Okay.
Because I do think there's solutions that can be made.
Yeah, I totally do.
And, and however those solutions come to, fruition, I mean, talking about Sunnyside Avenue, I mean, could we, shut Sunnyside down to where it's, you can only enter Sunnyside if you're coming, east from west, right? Because then it becomes a neighborhood street as opposed to a straight thoroughfare from the light. We did that over at Santa Ana and Clovis to prevent people from driving through the neighborhoods over there. So, I mean, does that work? I don't know. But there's different ideas that we can look at that we could limit traffic potentially to solve some of those problems. So I'm not opposed to trying to work some things out,
So, Dirk, applicant, Todd, Wilson family, are you open to a continuance for 30 days, or would you rather us take an action on it? Okay, 30 days, 45, 30 enough? Mr. Luna, are you still here? Can the county commit to sitting down at the table with the city and the applicant and the neighbors in 30 days and come back with a resolution that at least gets us a tad closer? Tell him we said he started here, he used to do what we say still. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. He'll love that comment. Yeah, duly noted. Yeah, let him know that, yeah, that's what I said. That's great. Huh? Red Bull. Neighbors willing to have a facilitated, meaningful conversation to try to get to and it's not gonna be 150 houses. Let's just be clear. So that's probably not gonna happen. So we should set that aside. And city staff, can you facilitate this mediation here?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So, to that point though, with Drew's question, can we approve any of these tonight, Scott? Or you told me earlier we put them all on as one action. So can we take a few off now and approve them, or do we have to do them all when we come back?
Certainly. I guess based on what I thought were previous comments, it sounded like the majority of the concerns from the council was traffic related, although, Mayor, you just mentioned something about density in your last comment.
No, I was just trying to set expectation about it's not gonna be 150 homes, so that's all.
I mean, I guess if a majority of the council's not concerned with density, you can approve a lot of these, I guess I would call them paper entitlements, the general plan amendment, the rezone, the pre-zone, all that stuff. And it sounds like perhaps holding off on the vesting tentative track map approval, continuing that item. Trying to see if there's anything else. Yeah.
I feel like we can do A and B. And I think we don't want to do C, and my vote would be to leave D and E and F, because if the track map comes back slightly different because of some solution that comes up, then I feel like I don't want to approve that map. And then, but I think we could do H and I, potentially, right? The annexation and the...
annexation, yes.
And then but the MOU is where the law enforcement thing is with the county, and I'm not, right? Isn't that in I?
Yeah, and John, you may want to address that. That, I guess, language about enforcement was in a previous iteration. I think the third amendment to the MOU on a previous project near the Dry Creek Preserve. The county asked for that in here again. There was some discussion about whether or not that's ever been triggered in the other one. My understanding is the county's never triggered that additional enforcement on the other, and I can't recall the exact segments. I think it was one of the previous ones, but.
It goes back, to Whisper Creek, which would have been 2010-ish, that some of those provisions were added, but to confirm Scott's comment is gonna be that it's never been triggered.
But it's in there, it's in I, it's in the restated MOU between the Fresno.
It's in this, correct, it is in I. It's the same language that the county had asked for in a previous amendment to an MOU about 12 to 14 years ago. Previously approved in I think the second or third amendment to the MOU with that particular project. But like I said, I mean, we did some research when the county asked to put it in this version of the MOU, and we asked, has Clovis PD been enforcing traffic in the other areas with the other previous MOU? And the answer was the county's never triggered that enforcement mechanism in the other streets that were addressed in that one. Not to say they wouldn't trigger it immediately now, but.
I would say that's not comforting at all to me, that they've never triggered. So my own opinion would be, I would vote no on I if it's still in there. That's just a non-starter. So at least A, B, and H, and we could do I, and I would be a no vote if that language remains. So is that okay? And we'll do the paper entitlements next time after they meet?
You can absolutely do whatever you want, and I do want to make it clear for the record, the public hearing is closed on all of these items.
Understand.
So there'll be no additional public comment.
Understand.
To the extent there may be items held over after tonight that may or may not be approved, then we're only continuing it for council's deliberation and ultimate action decision on the items, so.
And we're gonna leave, and then you're talking items C through G. So land use, GPA, rezone track map, planned development.
Any of the items
Yeah.
that would require a public hearing, that public hearing closed tonight.
Okay.
And just looking at the calendar, when we talk about a 30-day, what I'd ask was some flexibility with that, because looking at the calendar and the meeting schedule, it could be May 6th before we get back, and that's a little over 30 days. But when we say 30 days, allow the inclusion of some flexibility.
45.
Make it 45.
Well, and I would suggest, I guess, for the people that are here tonight, although we're not continuing the public hearing, continue to a date certain, so we get to that point. We won't renotice. There's no requirement to renotice anybody, because it's not a continued public hearing. But at least those that were here tonight would know that it's May 6th or whatever it is. I think April 18th may be a little aggressive, so May 6th perhaps might be.
If we could, yes, continue to a date certain, which would be May 6th.
I guess I want to just, though, if we come back with the items C through G and people want to talk about it, that doesn't feel right that there wouldn't be public comment on it. I mean, wouldn't be the point of not talking about it? That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, otherwise it's all going to happen and behind closed doors. They're going to bring it to us and we're going to go, okay, great, no one's going to talk about it?
Well, I think staff will be presenting, at least at some point, what the changes, if any, are. And I guess you can open it up to public comment at that point. But
Okay,
it's not a public hearing.
That's fine.
Technically, it's not a public
People
hearing.
need to be able to weigh in, I think, that otherwise. All right, so, you okay? Okay. So let's do A and B and, H, and we can do I if we want to. Okay, A. I'll take a motion for A on the EIR for the project.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution, the Clovis City Council certifying the final environmental impact report for the Shepherd North project, and 2, adopting CEQA findings of fact in a statement of overriding consideration, and 3, adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
Second.
There's a motion, a second on item A. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
I'll make a motion for a resolution of Clovis City Council approving a request to expand the city's sphere of influence to include approximately 155 acres of land.
Second.
Is there a second? I was drinking. Sorry. There's a motion, a second. Is there other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item H.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution of the Clovis City Council approving application for the annexation of the territory known as the Shepherd Sunnyside Northeast Reorganization for the development area, approximately 77 acres.
Second.
There's a motion, a second for item H. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. And do you want to, we want to do I, or when we want to bring it back I when we can be clear on the law enforcement thing?
It's up to you.
Well, anyway, is there a motion for I, or are we going to continue I?
Wait.
Okay, and then could I have a motion to continue C, D, E, F, G, and I?
I'll make a motion to continue item C, D, E, F, G, and I to a date certain of May 6th, 2024.
Second.
Motion a second to continue those items as Vaughn just stated. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. To all of you, thank you. It was long and hard, but I think important, and I feel hopeful. Say it again. Do you want to be annexed?
Annexation's only the 77.
Scott, if
That can all be part of future discussion.
I understand.
But yeah, not on the table tonight, but
if you get to that point, bring it back here. Just go with it. Just kidding. Bring it back. I mean, if that's part of your agreement, then we'll figure it out. Okay, we have one more item, and we're going to keep talking over all of you, and it is a resolution to accept and authorize the submission of the 2023 General Plan Annual Progress Report, including the 2023 Housing Element Annual Progress Report to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the California Department of Housing and Community Development. This item is by Dave. Let George go home. George, go home. And please wear a suit every council meeting. It's required. Thank you, George and Steve and Thad and neighbors. Yeah, thank you. We'll get it. We'll get it. Okay, go, Dave.
Thank you. As you noted, this is the council's consideration of the annual progress report for the general plan.
Are you going to let him treat you that way? Did you hear what he said? That's for you, your 5-minute timer. Go.
You just took 20 seconds off my time.
That's what happened to all those poor neighbors. Go ahead.
I'd like to make the APR is the council's opportunity to take a look at general plan implementation, as well as to share that information with the public. The housing element portion is obviously the key portion of this, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. There are 7 components to this report. The first 3 are boilerplate. The rest gets changed a little bit every year, depending on what's going on. The biggest component of what we report on is GPAs. We looked at 11 GPAs over the 2023 reporting period. The items in yellow were previously filed in the early previous years, and the ones in green were filed in 2023. Of those 11 GPAs, only 2 reached the finish line. Those included a GPA for a multifamily project of 12 units, and the city's text change for the high-density general plan designation. In terms of trends, of the 11 GPAs, 4 were density-increasing projects on residential applications. The top 2 are residential, one of which we considered this evening. The bottom 2 were for multifamily projects. We also had 2 applications for amendments to the circulation element of the general plan to allow access off of Shepherd Avenue where it normally wouldn't be allowed. And then we had 2 applications involving master planning or specific plans. One of those is for Heritage Grove. The second is for Vista Ranch, which is kind of the secondary project that is to the east of the one that you just considered. The APR process allows a lot of flexibility for what's included. We've added over the last couple of years information on our general plan update, which includes also the housing element, and a section on major projects, which includes a lot of overlap with the GPA projects. We can add new issues and topics at any point that you decide that you want to. We'll continue to try to improve the project every year as we see fit. The housing element component is the biggest component. This is the table which summarizes our progress towards meeting RHNA. The column here that's labeled 2023 shows the progress that we've made towards meeting our housing counts. We issued 691 permits in 2023. The biggest bulk of that was in the above moderate category. The rest of these units really were proportionally allocated units that were permitted as ADUs, accessory dwelling units. We've met our housing needs for moderate and above moderate. We are still pretty far below our numbers on low and very low. These are the affordability criteria. We've seen these before. They get updated they get updated every year a little bit. As little as for a family of 4, being able to afford a rent of $750, all the way down to the moderate category where they can afford a rent of almost $3,000 and a purchase price of about $360,000. So when we talk about single-family homes and whether they can be purchased, that category here is really kind of on the bottom. Really what we're looking for, a family of 4 can afford this much. A family of, 6 can afford this number here. What is that, 418,000. The 5th cycle housing element was approved with 20 programs. Those programs all involve some level of activity that was previously accomplished. Some activity is also ongoing. Just a couple of highlights. One regarding the housing rehab program. We have ongoing activities in CDPG, and Cal Home regarding rehab. Those, activities also get reported to you in a separate report that Claudia provides to you annually. And then the report on first-time, homebuyer resources, where we noted that we funded three first-time homebuyer loans, during the 2023 period. And that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And he turned off the timer out of just pure respect for you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any questions for Dave? Open the public comment. Amy, what are you still doing here? What is wrong with you? Any public comment on the item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
Is it approval?
Approval, is a motion
Move to approve?
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the general plan annual progress report as reported by Dave. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Council items, John?
I'm sorry, I have one more item.
No.
Item number 8, it's going to be a short one. The docket for the April 1st meeting is really light. Staff is recommending council consider canceling the meeting of April 1st.
Comments? I only have one comment about that. I sometimes think maybe our city is big enough that when we don't have agenda items, we could do work. We could do a workshop, we could do something with the planning commission, we could talk about the budget. So I know we've gotten quite comfortable with canceling and everybody's like happy not to come. But I do think the city's getting big enough that we could probably use once a quarter, maybe take one of those Mondays, invite the planning commission, personnel commission, I don't know what.
Sure.
So I don't want to miss those opportunities. Agenda items shouldn't drive everything. There is other work besides that. Just a comment, but in this case, it's fine, so just in the future.
I just have one comment. It's going to be my council comments, but I won't be here for the April 8th meeting. So I'm going to be out of town, so if that factors into anything.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
To be fair, I had let John know that a few weeks ago at least, but wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that now.
All right, but for now, thank you. So now the item is to cancel April 1st.
Correct.
Is that a joke? Get it?
No.
That was a joke. Come on, it's almost midnight. All right. Any public comment on that? Is there a motion to accept the change in council schedule for April 1st?
Motion to change the April 1st schedule.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. No meeting on April 1st, and that's not a joke. City manager comments?
I have none.
Council comments, let's try to keep them just to business items, not all the events we might have gone to, given that it's 11:30 at night. Diane?
I'm already done.
Good job. Drew?
You.
Matt?
Nope.
Vaughn?
I will be going to the housing meeting on Friday for the Cal City.
All right. And I'll pass on my comments as well. Rebecca, could you send us the Loma Vista Grand opening date again? I've lost it. The park, the Village Green? Yeah, all right. All right, so with that, that concludes our meeting. It's almost tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned.